Oh my goodness. Fringe, how's it going?
Good, 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 good. Looks like we have Jason in here already. That's perfect. Jason, if you could put your request in. I saw Ron. So Ron was instrumental in pushing us to do this space. I don't mean pushing in a bad way, but he suggested it. So thanks, Ron. Let's see if we can get Jason up here. We're looking for Tiff as well. So, Doomer, do you want to talk about what else we have coming up while we're waiting to get our speakers up
Yeah,
here?
totally. Totally. So everybody who's in here, thanks for tuning in. It's been a long time since we had ourselves a good sand space. And today is a double dipping dooming day for the second time. Can I push up the post, Fringe, where I'm advertising both this space and the one with Eisenhower?
Yeah, so I don't have access to the Nest anymore. I can't share anything to the Nest. I don't know what's going on. My last iOS update totally screwed the pooch on my side,
Really?
so
You're
I'll have to rely on you guys to do that. Yeah, I
you're
don't know what's going
nestless?
on. I'm
Nestless in
nestless.
Seattle? Jason, how's it going, man?
Not
Sorry.
in Seattle, but definitely nestless.
Well, I'm using all this code. We have all these Intel people. Do you know what I mean? I was like giving away your false location. I imagine they're going to come after us. They're going to try to shut this space down. Let me shut up. I'm getting way too excited. Jason, how's it going, man?
I'm here. I'm ready to get beat up.
You're going to be doing the beating up. Fringe, who's bad cop? Who's good cop? Who's am I supposed to be handling Jason and making sure he doesn't say anything, or should I be pulling stuff out of him?
I mean, I think that's your natural, right, to pull stuff out of him. I mean, you ask questions I would never ask, so I think that's fantastic. I'm super excited about today because I'm going to ask some questions that obviously Jason is free to decline to answer, but there are so many things, so many mysteries, and so many interesting aspects of his story that I've just never heard the answers to, and I'm super excited to ask them. So I'm hoping we bring some new stuff today. As always, Jason, you would always be free to just say I can't comment or can't talk about that for sure. But the questions I think will be asked, and whether it's Doomer or me both playing bad cop, I'm not sure. I think we need Tiff because she's the good cop.
We do
Okay.
need TIFF, yeah.
Well, fair enough. This is the free for all day. The once in a lifetime with me. You can ask whatever you like. If it's not classified, I'll tell you.
Do you
Oh,
do you have
that's so
your
exciting.
do you have your drugs with you, Jason? What kind of drugs are we doing right now? Alcohol, coffee, nicotine? What's happening
I
here?
have to do. I have to do this straight.
Okay.
Otherwise, who knows what will happen.
I'm just messing with you. That's
Oh
the
my
right answer.
gosh.
That's the right answer. I am just going to obnoxiously act like a lawyer, Jason, and I'm just going to say you don't have to answer that. Just constantly throughout this entire interview. I'm super excited to have you here. It's been a while. Um, we have in the nest, in so, forgive me, just in the beginning in the background. We have we have all the haters, right? So at the beginning of a space, phone's always blowing up. Just ignore it. Uh, please, the post is in the nest. Please DM this to
Wait,
people.
wait. Ulrich, is today the double dose of doom?
Yeah, we're double
Oh
dipping the
my
double
gosh,
dose of doom.
I totally forgot.
You totally forgot?
Well, we changed the date. We changed Eisenhower's date a couple times, right?
We
I totally
did.
forgot today was the double dose of doom. All right, I'm
Yeah.
in. I'm ready.
You ready? We've, we're so, we doom casually. We roll out of the bed, right? Assuming, soul recycling, world's ending, 0.0001% survival. So we've got this doom on lockdown at this point, right? So yeah, we're having Eisenhower. So we have you, Jason, and then around 6 p.m. Eastern time. That's 3 p.m. Pacific. We're going to have Laura Eisenhower talk about um, dormant DNA, bloodlines, and a bunch of other stuff. And then the following week, I have not sent out the scheduled invite yet. The following week, we're going to have Tim on. Tim, I don't know if we're saying the last name, but Tim, the whistleblower who is on News Nation. Super excited for that. We're going to have Courtney Marcassani join us for that interview. I see a bunch of familiar faces. Ron, welcome to the stage. Andra, Sarah, Anjali, Kathy. Tiff, we're going to send you up here. Danielle, Rich, just Karen. That almost sounds like it could be Justice, or it could just be a Karen, but it's probably Justice. Matthew, Marco, Davey, Carolyn, Desmo, Sadie, everybody, welcome. Please send the space out to a bunch of people. We're going to do some audio checks, get Tiff up here. For the double dose of doom, double feature. You're going to find links to both this one and the next one. So you should find it threaded in there. What am I missing? What am I missing, French? Did I cover all the housekeeping stuff?
Yeah, I think that's it. Yeah, I thought there was another one, but yeah, I think that's it for now. Just waiting for Tiff to get up here. I think we've got her here, and then we'll just jump in and get started.
I just wanted to say thank you to Jason for accepting the invitation as a fellow USAF retiree. Thank you. And these people here are experiencers, abductees. So you're going to get a lot of very interesting stuff here.
Looking forward to it.
All right, welcome, Tiff.
And Fringe, you just need to restrain me. You know what I mean? I'm excited to have Jason back. Just put me back in the kennel when I've chewed through the leash.
Yeah, I mean, you're going to be good because I only have, I mean, in all seriousness, my list of questions is pretty short. I listened to the interview with that Jason just did with Dale. It was fantastic. So my list of questions, I just had some specific questions about some of the encounters, and I'm mostly just teasing Jason when I say I have a lot of questions. But I really would like to get to questions that have not yet been asked. So I hope that we can do that today. Tiff, welcome. How's everything going?
Good. Just doing my regular thing. Happy to be here. Happy to see Jason back in spaces. So looking forward to listening in on this.
And really quickly, we only have 6 or 7 intelligence agencies listening in right now. I guess the budget's low. Some of them are in Iran. Welcome, DNI, Trump, all of the people listening in. We have this space recorded. You don't need to worry. Unless one of your own people takes it down, you might want to do a backup. But it's wonderful to have you listening in here. And Fringe, most of my questions are about contemporary stuff. I want to get Jason's feels, his vibes on what's been going on with the mulatto disclosure, the Obama-Trump disclosure, what confirmation's going to be looking like, that kind of stuff. So just cue me in whenever you want, and we'll follow your format.
Yeah, well, I think we should get to that first. So let's see. Jason is coming up on 2 years of jumping into spaces. Tiff remembers the exact day that it was 420, right, Tiff? I think you've nailed down the day because she remembers where she was when that
Yeah, it was
happened.
awesome. It was 420. I was in a cabin in the woods. I was by myself. It's a mommy day. I ate some mushrooms, and then this guy jumps in the spaces and starts telling his story. And it was literally the most interesting thing I'd ever heard in my life.
So everybody remembers where they were when JasonTSands first jumped into spaces. As a matter of fact, we should just go ahead and give credit where credit is due, because I think people like to be acknowledged for being the very first space that Jason ever jumped into. I was actually in Deliverance when Jason jumped into spaces, so I'm not sure whose space it was. Was it Kimball and
Oh, you're
Rob?
going to cause a wound if you get this
It was
Was it
wrong.
Kimball and
Yeah,
Rob?
Rob Wood space.
Rob Wood's space. I was not there, so we will just give credit to Rob Woods. And I think Kimball loves to get credit for that space. I'm not sure why, but we'll just give him credit as well.
Was
He was
We
a
don't have
Kimball
any
was
co-host.
Kimball in
hurt
that space?
feelings. He wasn't? Oh, I could be totally
I'm
wrong.
joking.
Oh, shoot. Okay. All right. So 420, you guys, I was in Deliverance. I was up to my eyeballs in an exorcism. I had to be exorcised from apparently whatever this entity is we call the lady, whatever that is. I'm not sure anybody really knows if it's all the same entity or not. And Baphomet. So that's where I was when Jason first popped into spaces. And I had been on a 5-day hiatus from Twitter because whatever, it's a whole long story. So I came back to Twitter and I started seeing posts about a new whistleblower come into the community, and I was super excited. And then, of course, I started seeing the posts that were saying, that were critical and criticizing Jason. And I remember making a post and it said, wait a minute, here we are as a community, we're begging whistleblowers to just chuck everything into the wind, put your life on the line, possibly put going to jail on the line. I know Jason stayed colored in the lines as he should. But we're asking whistleblowers to risk themselves and risk their lives and their families. And then when they actually come out and say something or anything at all, we're just critical. And so my first exposure to Jason was seeing a bunch of posts that were very critical, examining his service, even though from my memory, he had produced his DD 214. He had been very upfront about everything he could be at that time. In fact, he actually crossed a few lines with James Fox. And instead of welcoming him, and this was just my first impression because a ton of people welcomed him. I think Tiff, you were very welcoming to Jason and a few others. But my first impression was, oh my gosh, we're just going to chew up this guy and spit him out because we don't like what he's saying. And so, being an abductee and an experiencer, and I see many others in this room, it's not just me, we are very well aware of the extreme high strangeness that happens when we're dealing with the phenomenon. And so I do not dismiss anyone's account just because it's weird or because it sounds like it couldn't have happened or because it sounds outrageous. We're talking about an account of being on a range at a military facility and something outrageous happening. That's what this is about. And if you can't handle the high strangeness of this topic, you're going to have a really hard time when as the years go by you start to realize, or you know what, maybe you won't, maybe you'll just get slowly acclimated like boiling a frog in water and you'll be fine up until you die, because it's really troublesome to me that as a community we sit around all day talking about UFOs and government disclosure and a lot of the nuts and bolts. You get the consciousness stuff, CE5 stuff, remote viewing stuff, but nobody wants to hear what actually happens when you come face to face with these creatures, with the phenomenon. They don't want to hear it because it's too far outside, uh, outside the way they're able to think. And I think we should change that. I think that we should be willing to listen to everyone's story. Is every single person's story 100% spot on, 100% true? Probably not, because our perceptions are largely being controlled by the phenomenon, for one thing. But we should be willing to listen and just keep an open mind. And I think that that's how this topic is best handled. Listen to everyone's story, keep an open mind, and just ask yourself, is this possible? Is this stuff actually happening? You look at years and years of the abduction research and realize that everything that happens with the phenomenon is strange. And sometimes it's actually staged that way. Look at Jack Vallet's work. His work was full of accounts of almost absurd strangeness. So, and some of that, apparently, at least Valet believed, some of that was to actually discredit the experiencer. And so people didn't believe and didn't want to listen. So that's just my opening rant. And I would love to hear any comments on that. And then we can get into what's happened since Jason's last space 2 years ago. Well, he's had other spaces that he popped into, but what's happened in the last 2 years, and we can get into those current events, Doomer, and then kind of go back into the stories that people are already aware of.
That sounds great, and I think we should take uh, a little bit of time. I'm glad that you feel the same way to walk down memory lane, because this was in 2024. 2024 was, I think, a chaotic year for disclosure. Disclosure um, was an adolescence. It was a teenager, and it wasn't clear how disclosure was going to lose its virginity in 2024. Many people had a lot of different opinions how disclosure should happen. There was Carl Nell's goody two shoes controlled disclosure, um, and there were all these ideas, especially when Jason broke a disclosure glass ceiling. All right, there's disclosure glass, by the way, in case you guys haven't noticed this. There's disclosure glass, and I had the same feeling. It must have been weird for you, Fringe, coming back from deliverance, and then that 1 week where you take a break. It felt like you had basically like missed disclosure, and I remember not having slept, horrible sleep hygiene. Like anybody in the UFO community has good sleep hygiene. If you have good sleep hygiene, you probably haven't had any contact experience, and you're probably not in the UFO community. You're probably a spook. If you sleep well at night, you're probably a spook. I hope you enjoy the space. Anyway, I hadn't slept probably like 24, 36 hours, and it it was raining whistleblowers that week. We had Steve come on to Courtney Marcassani's show. We had AKA. I felt like we were being directed by some guiding hand from the intel agencies to facilitate decentralized disclosure. I was losing my mind. We didn't know whether aliens were going to show up or whether Biden was going to clinch the presidency and do the disclosure himself. Like we did, disclosure was going to come from every possible angle. And then it was, what's the best way to do disclosure? Does it come in a documentary? Does it come in a hearing? Does it come through president? Does it come through spaceships? And we had basically a reaction to this, to Steve's space, and it felt like Jason came like manna from heaven. Now, I still am not over the fact that it was not a recorded space. I don't know what is going on with the UFO community where
It
we
was
still have,
actually.
Wait, what?
it was not a recorded space. I'm sorry, I have to
No,
get
it
this off my
wasn't.
chest.
What happened
Oh
was it was
my
simulcast.
Oh,
gosh.
Logan just has the recording, but it wasn't a recorded space.
Yeah, it
Well, it was a
wasn't a recorded.
simulcast, right, Doomer? I think Dave Scott had simulcasted up in his Canadian radio, and that's where it was actually captured.
There were so many people. It was such a historical moment that people started recording, right? But the reason we don't have one space to point to, like the original source, is because it wasn't recorded. Um, and I remember, so what I'm saying is, we were thinking this was just a disposable UFO space where people are going to play fart noises and, toilet flushes. And then all of a sudden, we have somebody whose dops are approved, maybe the only person who is one of Grush's, ICIG 40 firsthand witnesses, and an Arrow interviewee, just descend from the Anunnaki skies and start delivering disclosure. And everybody lost their fucking minds. And it was beautiful. And I was hallucinating and I was falling asleep. I didn't really believe what was happening, but I do know you stayed at the mic for hours. I woke up 4, 5 hours later, and you were still answering questions. And so I definitely thought I was dreaming. I was like, what's going on? Because you were the first person to really show that you could be a legitimate experiencer, have legitimate firsthand contact, have all of the military credentials, and you were actually willing to give access to you to the public, to us dirty, unwashed peasants. And that was the dream we've had this entire time. It's so difficult to get Grush in here. It's so difficult to get, and so we've had some of them, but it happens so rare. And time again, through countless spaces, you were incredibly generous, and you were just like, yeah, I'm here to answer questions. And it was the sanest approach to the insane cognitive dissonance that the UFO community and the world has been put through. And the more sane and more down to earth your approach, the more the criticism from the hoity toity ivory tower seats was, oh, but this disclosure is happening through X, or it's happening in an X space. That somehow the more down to earth you are, the more off the cuff and unscripted you're willing to answer, that somehow that takes away from your legitimacy. And it made me feel like, how much credibility is enough? I mean, how much more credentialed do you need to be? And I immediately changed my mind. I was like, you know what? For me, credibility is, if you're not willing to stand in the town square and answer a bunch of questions, that makes you less credible to me. It was this, watching the way you interacted with the community and were incredibly generous. And you've also become a generous and, how do you put this? just a very giving friend. Like when I feel when I'm talking to you, I only feel like I'm talking to somebody um, who has maybe an unreasonable love for humanity, and I don't get any of this. I have a book to sell. I need to make it on this appearance, and I find it um, incredibly hypocritical that the person who not only had firsthand access but also gave most of access to him to most of the public, received so much censure, and also somebody who had so much firsthand access. It's almost like if you have too much firsthand access, if you see an alien, if you engage with an alien, if you fly one of the ships, all of a sudden it's too much firsthand access and we just can't have it. It's like the world has a Goldilocks zone of access. And if you have too much firsthand access, we also don't want that. So on behalf of the entire UFO community, thank you for m- performing and doing the most interesting and I think the most meaningful disclosure that we've had, including the documentaries, including the hearings since 2024. And I'm super excited to have you back. And I'd love to get Tiff's view, and I'd love to get your reflection on this stuff too.
Yeah, no, I absolutely, like I said, it was one of the most interesting things that I'd heard that day. You did continue to come into spaces and you elaborated further and you became a friend of the community. And you've been very open. And I've watched your story just come. I'll go all over the place. I was really happy for you. It was kind of weird. I'm with Doomer, like having all three of you guys come out the same day. I felt like it was kind of like weird and feds were hanging around too much. But I mean, what if they're going to listen to our UFO spaces? So who cares? But yeah, so I appreciate you. I'm glad that we're here listening to the stories again. I'm glad that the people who have not heard of you or heard your story are going to hear it today. And thank you.
Yeah, thanks, guys. It's very nice of you to remember everything like that, and had so many good comments, so many good questions. Of course, there's always people that are critics, and I just ignore them. There's people that'll never believe the experiencers, even if they have their own experience, they'll doubt themselves as well. So I get that. I'm not here for them. I'm here for the people that are willing to listen, that have already seen my documentation, my credentials. But yeah, I just wanted to add from what Doomer was saying is that, yeah, I did produce my, who said I produced the, well, anyway, somebody mentioned I produced my DD 214, which shows that, yes, I was in the service for 22 years in the Air Force. And it also showed some of my um, awards and honors and training and all that good stuff. But I've also posted more recently some performance reports that were annual reports while I was at Nellis in the legacy program, and those also document without a doubt that I was in a black program, and it was there at Nellis, and it was for those years that I have always claimed that I was doing those things. So that's all out there in the public. So you guys can go look at that. It's the closest you're going to get to the classified program name that I was working under. I can't give that away, but at least in my records, I have shown I was in that black program. Um, there's there's all that there for you guys. I just want to offer that up to you. I have been as honest as I can be. It makes no sense for a guy like me who had a really good career both in the Air Force and as a DoD contractor for many years, ending with working for the Office of the Undersecretary of Defense with a Q clearance as my last job last year. So you got to understand, I'm not some joke. Okay, I've spent all my year with a top secret clearance, or all my years with top secret clearance without a break, other than when somebody tried to screw me over, and that was brought back. So now I could actually get my clearance if I wanted to, but I'm happily retired now, um, and living my best life. So I'm glad I came out in the space. I didn't want to be public ever, as everybody here knows that when I did come out, that the reason my name got mentioned coming up with James Fox's The Program film, there was a picture he had posted that had my name on the clapperboard or on the clipper board. I can't remember which, it's one or the other. But anyway, People did notice that, and I was talking to the intel community folks that I'm friends with at the time, and they were like, "Jay, they're talking about you in this X space." And then I listened for a while, and I just couldn't contain myself because people were talking about this and they were talking about that, and I'm like, oh, yes, it's kind of true, but this is what really happened, and I just felt like I had to join in, and yeah, it ended up being like a 5 or 6 hour questions, that's what I'm here for today, and that's what I want to get through. Is that back then I was still working for the government, so I did have some NDA things that I couldn't talk about. I've since had a lot of seasoning, if you want to say that, with public speaking. So I know even more now how to handle some of the tougher questions that originally I may not have, wanted to speak about. So those are the kind of things that I'm hoping we can do today. Is by me having another session like this. This will be the only time that I'm going to be willing to talk about the darker side of things, and that's why Junior is so excited. He loves that stuff. But there's light sides to it too. So I hope we have a good set of questions. I posted yesterday the interview with Dale, and he did a really good job to kind of open up some of the topics that we might discuss today. So I hope some of you have listened to that and maybe have some ideas of what you might want to ask of me. So let's get on with it, and looking forward to it. So let's get it. Let's do it.
And can I get your contemporary view on uh what do you think is the disclosure, or I shouldn't even use that word, confirmation, right? Or it looks like we're getting confirmation this year. What's the disclosure or confirmation temperature? What are you thinking?
It is now
Like
scalding hot.
what do you think we're facing this year?
It is scalding hot. The community, the DoD, everybody, um, whether they like it or not, whether resistant to it or not, they have a lawful order from the President of the United States that they have to give receipts for. They cannot get around that. Otherwise, they will be fired or stepped on or reprimanded or whatever. But I'm thinking most of them already have been discussing this. I know that when I was working as a contractor, yeah, it's been a while now. There's been about half and half of the DoD has been wanting to come clean on just the topic of we're not alone. So I feel like this year has been the vindication I worked all those years for behind the scenes and with the community, and I just feel like this is the vindication I was looking for. So we're finally here. We just need to stay on top of it. There is a process involved with declassifying these files, but that's where I feel we're at. So
And Jason, forgive me, in the beginning you referenced a couple of different documents. Can you recall again, there was what documents were you talking about? Were you can you refresh my memory? Let me know if I need to be more specific.
on myself or the program.
Yeah, when you were giving your walk down memory lane, you had mentioned something about documents, and I want to make
Oh,
sure I didn't miss something.
well, it was my documents as I was going through were kind of haphazard because sometimes people wanted to see. At one point, there was a group that wanted nothing but like my emails between Arrow and my interviews with Congress and things like this. And then there was another batch that were trying to pick apart my DD Form 214 and saying all these outrageous, stupid things about things that they didn't understand. And that's why I produced some of my personnel reports that actually describe some of these things. Because, for example, on my DD 214, you don't see that I was on a combat team. And people in my career field, not everybody was on combat teams, but that was something I was trained in. So you see that combat team, combat crew actually designation as being part of my personnel records, but not on my DD Form 214. So I was trying to dispel all these lies about what people think about even the documentation. They're actually full of crap. Some of these people are just full of crap. I've seen them do it with David Grush's documents, my own, and several other whistleblowers. There is a community or a group of them that love to immediately, if they have this criticizing voice and they start to make up stuff about DD Form 214s, talk to the whistleblower or the person they're blaming or bagging on first, because these people have twisted literally every piece of that document and what it's intended for. no matter whose DD Form 214 they're looking at. So I'm cautioning the community, do your due diligence when you're talking to whistleblowers, yes, but be very wary that also that there are liars that will try to twist what the DD Form 214's purpose is, and every single block on that form, they will try to make up lies. And I'm one of the people that can pick out those lies a lot of times. So if you have nobody else to talk to me, and I'll set you straight as to what this block is meant for and what it actually means.
Yeah, and talking to you, um, you and I have disagreed about philosophical, ideological things, but there's never been a point where you were cagey or deflected. You were always very clear. I can't talk about this. I can talk about that.
Right.
I've never experienced a moment of dishonesty, deception, or shadiness from you. My only criticism in general, most of my criticism is just that you're not hard enough on your enemies. So I want to say that you walked through the fire, but you must have felt like when we had the last hearing and we had Dylan Borland and Jeff Nusatelli sort of engage more on Twitter. You must have had the feeling like you were seeing a a bit of a small potential moving train wreck when you see people like face UFO Twitter. Do you have the feeling like that there's sort of like a gauntlet, a crucible that you walk through when you're dealing with people who are genuinely interested, people who are paranoid? Is there anything you would have done differently if you could go back in time and do your spaces disclosure over again?
Yeah, if I'd been more prepared for the people that are like you're talking about, the ones that bag on everything and everybody, because I didn't realize how really nasty and depraved they actually are. Um, I have to be honest that yes, I have. I think if I had identified that early on, I probably would have talked to them a lot differently, and I probably would have told them that look, you're a couch potato. You weren't there. You probably don't have a military service. You probably never served in a Black World program. And here you are imagining things, and you expect me to have to swallow all of that and with grace. And yes, there are times when I have literally gotten angry. So yeah, you're right. I'm too kind, maybe in some of that regard, because I do give people a lot of grace. Um, and that stems maybe just from being a leader and a supervisor and staff member. You just have to be politically correct. Maybe I've had too much training in all of that, so that even while under a great amount of anger or distress, I do tend to just let it flow off my back, and then I deal with it personally later on. So yeah, that's kind of what I would change. Is this maybe I should have been a little more stern with them because they need to be put in their place. I mean, it's one thing to have a question, and then when you're talking to somebody who's got the credentials and they give you an answer and you don't like it, well, go screw off. you know, I'm not here to stroke your
Yeah.
ego. I am here to tell you the
Oh, sorry,
truth.
Ulrich.
You know,
No, don't apologize. Go ahead.
I
Go ahead.
wanted to interrupt because this was really serious for me. Just watching, mostly watching. I only engaged in one of these conversations one time. First of all, having worked for a major metropolitan police department, I was carried off the books when I was a UC. And so the second I saw people questioning Jason's integrity, and by the way, accusing him of stolen valor, which is so far beyond the pale. I could not even I couldn't even get over it. I'm not over it to this day. That it's absolutely unacceptable unless you have 100% proof. And by the way, the people who are not working the black programs are the ones trying to accuse him of not working the black programs because they have no idea how it works. If you were to go to someone in my police department and say, "Hey, are you allowed to be carried off the books?" Or if it shows her assigned to this place and she's saying she was really assigned there, is that possible? They would all say no, because none of them have done it and none of them have been carried off the books and they have no idea what they're talking about. So just working a police department, I knew that this was a possibility for Jason and also Barber and some others, by the way. And yet you have people in the military accusing our military whistleblowers of stolen valor. Now, does this happen? Yes, it does, unfortunately. And that's why they try to be vigilant. but there's a line, and I think that line was crossed with Jason. And I apologize, Jason. I'm sorry you had to go through that.
Thank you. So those, yes, and that goes along with my sentiment about, me producing the documents that I have thus far. I have tons of them, all my years of service. I have every single operation I've participated in, including my Black World participation with the Legacy program, as well as many others. I think grand total, if you added up all the Black World programs I've had access to, it's well over 170, maybe closer to 200. I've never counted, but that's how many I've had throughout my career. Um, so they can go piss off. I don't give a shit about them because they don't give a shit about me. They are the ones that have drawn the line, and they're the ones who now stand in the gap of criticism, I think, because they can't produce anything on their side to say that they even have evidence of anything they claim against me or any other whistleblower. That's the sad fact, is that people don't challenge them like they challenge me or one of the other whistleblowers. I wish that everybody who's listening today, that when you're in a space and you've got somebody who's really reading the riot act to somebody that's an experiencer, that you put them through the same rigor and say, okay, look, buddy, who are you? Do you have a military experience? Do you have any experience in the military? Do you have any experience with Black World? Just put them on fire for a while. And I bet you they're going to fall apart very quickly. Because every time I've done that, yes, about 90% of the time, they don't have anything that sets up their credibility at all. They're just a person with an opinion. So please do that. I think the community would be much better knowing that these critics are going to be put to shame, and the critics will start to learn that they need to watch what they say, because they are not just free to do the things that they did to me and others, like you guys have discussed. Is that, yeah, they are terrible, and some of them are military people, and they do try to attack me, but they weren't me. They don't know me, and still they will have their opinion, get angry, and walk around with their little angry hat on. And I don't care about them. They are nothing to me now because of all the things they've said. So thank you for supporting me in all
Um,
that.
oh my goodness, it's the other way around. I just wanted to say, the look, your willingness to just engage with the community and treat everybody as an equal was unrivaled by the whistleblowers that we're used to seeing on TV. And if it wasn't for you being willing to collaborate and do spaces with Fringe, Tiff, and myself, you were such a huge help in that crazy 13-hour space we put together with Anjali, the marshals from the Allies of Humanity. Who else did we have in there? We had Tom Montauk, we had Amy. We had, his name is slipping me. Bassett, Steve Bassett. And when I asked, hey, can you reach out to your network and promote the space, like you're sending emails out to Gary Nolan and Jeremy Corbell, like you've been incredibly helpful. And if it wasn't for you, I wouldn't have become really good friends with you, Steve, Courtney Marcassani, and Anjali. You're some of my favorite people, and I learned a lot from you in terms of how to treat whistleblowers as people, how to deal with confidentiality, and we gained a lot of credibility because it allowed us to get bigger guests in the spaces and have more dangerous interviews, which is what I always wanted, and that couldn't have happened without you, Jason. So I want to say thank you, and I don't want to. I think it's safe to go here, but there was a long time where I was frustrated, where I couldn't talk about the reprisals you were experiencing. Is it safe to talk about some of that? My sense is it is, but you tell me.
Yeah, you can talk about it. Um, just be
Like just that
yeah,
year.
just be honest about it, and just what you remember.
Yeah, I'm so when you came out and shared your experience in the space before the documentary came out, you still had your security clearances, and then over the next coming months, somebody pressed some sort of a button, pulled some sort of a string, and I remember you telling me it must have come with somebody who had the authority on the level of like Secretary of Defense, which very few people have. People at the very top of Arrow maybe have that, but it wasn't clear at all what you had done, and it deeply threatened your livelihood,
Yeah.
and you hadn't violated any laws, you hadn't done anything wrong, and this act alone was invisible to most people, and I don't think people realize how much people suffer. And I want to say also, just as some housekeeping for those who are new to the Doom Spaces, we absolutely will have Q&A. Jason, I assume you want to take some questions toward the end. So this is very typical. We just dive in deep, and we want to make sure we can Doom really, really hard. Of course, I won't let Fringe go too far, right? I'm gonna keep her away from you. Like, she's just ready to waterboard you and get all the answers, but I'm going to make sure she doesn't take it too
Oh,
far.
Boomer,
But
her
in
name is
general, everybody's
Fringe.
going to be
Come
able to
on.
come up and ask questions. So I don't want you, if you're in the queue, nobody's being passive aggressive. I want to hear from everybody in the community. I'm sure we have a lot of follow-up questions, but just know the Doom format is typical. It's typically half the time we go deep, and then we bring up questions from the audience. But to take it back, the reprisals you were suffering were the likes of which, if this was really the main reason I wanted to hear you testify in the hearings, if people heard the bullshit that you had to go through just by being somebody for telling the truth, they would be disgusted with the impotence of our legal system, our government, the way our military treats the people who've sacrificed for this country. And really, since I've been more involved in the UFO subject, the matter of disclosure, even though we're not going to get full disclosure from the government, is the only political issue I give a fuck about. I think everything else comes second. And the way we're treating people as a country, the way we're treating people like you, is deplorable. And I want you to can you just share like anything related to the reprisals, if there's any more you can fill in, because I think most people don't know what happened there. And
Sure.
yeah.
Well, as you know, just the fact that you have had reprisals is a very big indicator that what you're speaking is the truth, and that somebody does not want you speaking about the truth. So, in and of itself, the reprisal was kind of like a credibility thing that showed that yes, I am speaking the truth. It's uncomfortable for some, but for most of the government, they understand that um, it's probably time to say we're not alone. But the reprisals were mainly I was working there in a skiff, and it was right next to some places where there are documents that prove what I'm saying, that there is a program and all these other things. So those are the kind of things that um, I've never spoken about. I won't tell you the documents and all the other things that were there. I do know them, but I've never discussed that with anybody. The important thing is that there is documentation that shows the existence of everything I've spoken about. Um, Hopefully, some people in the right positions are actually going to get to see that now the UFO files are being ordered by Donald Trump to be revealed and or declassified. So, all of that being said, the reprisal ended up being that they hired me into that job, and I think it was a deception to begin with, that this is what they were planning to do all along, and that they were going to have me have my clearance taken away because they know I knew too much, or they felt like they didn't like what I had to say, or they just don't like me, whatever. I don't care what it was. But anyway, it ended up messing with my clearance for over a year. And then finally, somebody pushed the button and said, okay, let's give him his clearance back. Because what happened was, in that year, I was going through what they call the periodic review of my background. And that takes a bit of time, but every time you have a review and it's finalized, you have another 5 years and then it gets reviewed again. So this was one of these, just periodic reviews that I was going through. Now, what happens though is if you disconnect from the person who has your your clearance housed with their company or with the Department of Defense, which was my case, it for some reason the system, the process is not able to handle that, and you go into a status of limbo. In other words, if you ask about your clearance, nobody knows what's going on with your clearance. Are there any records? Well, I checked into that. Everybody claimed that there was no records. Other than one new note, and I find this curious, is that claims to be a UAP whistleblower was put in the notes during this time frame. So I believe that was one of the things that, at least at some point, I know somebody tried to get me in trouble before I even took uh, any other jobs. That probably while I was working for NSA and U.S. Cybercom, that's when that happened. Because I know that there are people that hated the fact that I was, a whistleblower, and they didn't want to believe me, and they were trying to tear me apart. Because what's going on here on X? Guess what? On the top secret platform where Arrow it has all these videos being reviewed. Well, there's some people in there that when I added my comments and they hated my guts. So they're just hateful people. They don't know me. They just choose to be that way. So that's been going on for years, and I think at that point, that's when that note was put in there about I'm a UAP whistleblower, because they had challenged my clearance at that point. And then secondarily, now I think maybe somebody was pulling strings um, in the Department of Defense, and that's when they did the nasty to me. Um, and then I had to, stop finding jobs because I had no clearance to get back into the profession I was in, because I had that really high technical and intelligence background and staffing background. And I couldn't get back into that. So I pretty much lost my way of anything. And yeah, financially, it hit me really hard for ever since, that happened. And thankfully now that I'm fully retired, I've got full retirement that I can add from my Social Security into my Air Force retirement. So now I'm sitting pretty well financially. So I'm very thankful that, in these 2 years it was a struggle, but now it's finally, I'm on the other side of that. So there was light at the end of that. But the reprisal was absolutely horrible. Nobody could tell me what was going on. Nobody admitted what had been done. And I highly suspect that it was somebody who just stabbed me in the back in a nasty way. And I think that they are going to suffer some reprisal at some point because just like David Grush is doing, there may be a lawsuit involved with a FOIA request on exactly who logged in and did that to me.
I hope they suffer for what they did to you. Roughly, it was a good bit, right? It was like a year or more from when you were temporarily discleared or your clearances were frozen to when it seems like almost out of thin air it was released. Is that right? Am I giving a fair
Oh yeah,
description?
yeah. And that's the whole thing is that finally I had some folks in government that actually helped out with that, and they turned it all around. So I'm very thankful because literally, if you have your clearance still, taken from you, the person or the accusation has to be annotated in your notes and state he did this, he violated NDA such and such, therefore his clearance is now null and void. There was none of that. There's absolutely zero derogatory information except that one note that says claims to be a UAP, this whistleblower, and that's not a derogatory comment at all. That's just stating the facts.
I mean, the irony is that you went through the whistleblower process. And the whole point of the whistleblower process is that you get protections against reprisal.
Correct.
And then the very reprisal is saying you're claiming to be a whistleblower,
Exactly.
and it's part of the reprisal. So I want everybody to understand that Jason didn't actually get any whistleblower protections, and he walked every step of the way through the process.
Yeah. And
Um,
that's a shame.
and
And I honestly
yeah,
feel like that's part of the process too, because I even spoke to the committee members who were writing the documents for the NDAA, and they've been trying so hard to get it written properly, but the Pentagon and all their little flunkies keep coming up there and telling them to shut it off, and then they somehow get it shut off, and then you've got people in Congress that are like that too, that are probably the ones that are being read in. Honestly, they know what the program's up to. They know where all these billions and trillions of dollars are going to, and they know that some of it is fraud. Not all of it, but they know that they're participating in some fraud, and part of that has to do with them not giving proper oversight. That's the one real big fraud right there. It's just that they've been doing this for so long now without and without anybody actually challenging them in such a hard way to where they capitulate. I honestly think that there are some of these installation commanders where this program is going on. Literally, you're going to have to be face down with firepower, lethal. You know, tell them no, you don't get to just give the Heisman to oversight anymore. Is what needs to be happening, because some of them, are given a part of the program, and as you know, it's all stovepiped, and some of them are given, they are given on their installations lethal authority to protect what they are being given. But now that they're under a presidential order, they can't claim that anymore. If the president's committee members are going out there to review them, they can't use that lethal force to keep them from us. Or the need to know now is no longer a big deal, because they do have now, like some Representative Burleson, he actually has the need to know now, and they can't use that as an excuse either. So it's gotten really
Can
tough
you explain that? What is the need to know that Burleson now has that he didn't have before?
because he has an honest to goodness presidentially ordered task to go and review these sites and determine what is going on there. That is a lawful order. That is how we are running wars and skirmishes and operations all around the world all the time. You have to have it backed up by a lawful order, okay, and an exord or execution order. So he's got all that. They may want to give him an execution order if he needs to have help, because I'm sure he's going to get the Heisman from some of these guys. They've just been lying too long to not know any better than to just lie again. That's what is the problem. Is that's the culture they were brought up in. These leadership people, they were brought up in the culture of the lie is what you stick to. Okay, just keep lying, keep deceiving, keep your mouth shut. Shut this down. Don't let anybody in. Is what they've been told. So we've got a culture thing going on as well, a culture war, if you want to call it that, with the program, because they're used to doing this. They've been doing it for about 80 years, right? Why do it any different? It's worked until now, but they don't. I don't think they fully realize really what this presidential order means to their world right now. It's actually just crushed everything that they ever thought that they could use against the government and all that stuff. So
And where in terms of the culture, there's been a culture around how disclosure should happen.
yeah,
Some people call them the circles, whatever you want to call it, controlled disclosure.
yeah.
What's your take on it? How do you view it? And where do you think we are in that culture war of disclosure? Specifically, we had, Age of Disclosure come out. I'd love to hear your reflections on it if you want to share. And then, we have a regular sort of what I call hopium or copium disclosure, which is the wait for a piece of artwork uh, to hopefully cause us to trip and stumble into disclosure. But then we also have somewhat schizophrenic disclosure where we have promises that are being made of UFO file declassification. One president saying he doesn't know, but he knows somebody else is breaking a classified oath or a
Mm-hmm.
security oath, right? So I would call this schizophrenic disclosure.
Yeah.
Um, where do you see? What's your opinion, and how do you see things playing out right now?
Okay. Well, starting with the culture that's there. You're talking about the leadership. It also coincides with the periodicity of when the NHI come. The NHI Council that I heard was coming in 2000, 26, 7, or in the 2030s. It was like a window of time. It wasn't an exact year. That's why I kind of argued that trying to set dates on all this is kind of stupid. Um, but anyway, that is part of the culture, is that these leaders are there for their whole life. Okay, it's just like if I hadn't gotten out of the program, I would be probably still under an NDA, uh, and I couldn't speak because I would have been there for my life as well, just like some of the friends that I worked with. in the program. So that's the first step, is to realize that these guys lived their whole life inside this bubble, okay? And it was built in, World War II time frame, and I would tell you that there's a lot of that kind of mentality of that World War II brown shoe days, in the military kind of thing, where they could kick your butt just for pissing off the sergeant, and that's how they treat everybody, and they treat everything. However, I think that there's a new generation now, because the people I met are probably retired, and there's a new batch of faces in the field, and that is a positive thing. And I think that's why disclosure this year is great timing, because that means that some people have exited the program and new faces have come in, and that's where we're hearing that disclosure's coming, and we're going to declassify what we can, and we're going to protect our national security at the same time. So that's the culture that I'm saying is being broken in a natural way, and also the pressure that's going to come from this new presidential order. And that's what I'm speaking to, and that's what I'm seeing now. Disclosure, to me, yes, there's a lot of different ways you can categorize that. I'm going to give you a new term that I've kind of come up with since I've been talking to some other folks about things. I'm going to put the new term institutionalized disclosure out there. And I don't agree with everything that goes on in there. However, it is, the way I would describe it is, there are people that have been either on the inside or the outside of the program, and for one reason or another, they have decided that disclosure should happen. And now that they are a group and they are trying to pave a way forward, they have to give buy-in to each other. And an unfortunate result of buying in with each other's thoughts on disclosure, there are compromises. And I hate to say that, but they do get compromised. That now you have to agree to an overall narrative. You have to agree to an overall agenda on how you want to get disclosure done. So you can see how that all automatically would probably set off a lot of the people in the UFO community as saying, oh, is this just another batch of somebody's, BS that we have to put up with, because it sounds like a watered down version of disclosure that I want, and here's the institutionalized disclosure folks kind of saying, I'll just forget about so-and-so because they don't agree with us. And that's a part of it that I honestly loathe. If you are a whistleblower, or you're somebody who's an experiencer, or if you're into this, I'm going to be as forceful as I can say, get your fucking ass humble, okay? First of all and foremost. Second of all, tell the fucking truth, no matter how bad it hurts, and don't give a shit about what other people tell you what not to say. And that's as forceful as I can be.
I can't believe I'm hearing these words come out of your mouth.
I know, and that's why I said it.
You knew you were going to make me happy today. You knew that.
Well, I'm revealing the dark side to all this, and part of it has to be faced down. It's just like, in a bar fight, you can either get your teeth knocked out or stand up and start throwing some punches yourself. And that's why I'm doing this, is I'm trying to tell people, stop playing around on the fringes. I get the fact that we have to be a group on this, but we can all agree on those topics. But for God's sake, do not spin a narrative. Okay? That is just the stupidest thing to have to do. It ruins credibility and your humbleness and all that other stuff that goes along with it. So that's what I'd have to say about that culture, is that this is where we're at now. Is we've got this culture that was built in World War II. We might have a new set of heads and leadership inside the program that are willing to move forward on the fact that we're not alone. And now we can get to disclosure without all the BS. If we can keep these people that have narratives to spin and agendas, and by the way, the other one that I totally loathe is people with freaking egos. If you got an ego and you're throwing that stuff around in front of me, you're never going to hear from me again. Let me put it that way. And I have a very strong disgust for people that use their ego in all of this, that it's all about them. That is really something that has to go. So anyway, that being said,
well, I mean, can we hang out
nice
here
right
for a little bit, just because I'm enjoying it so much?
Okay.
it just a
So
little bit.
anyway,
I
all
mean,
right.
I need to pinch myself. I need to make sure, like, nobody dosed LSD on my iPad or something. So
Yeah.
there's been some group socially enforced censorship, right? Where the idea of how disclosure is supposed to happen by a certain, what you call, institutionalized disclosure, is enforcing
Yeah.
more censorship than the security oaths or the whistleblower protections
Hmm.
require. Am I hearing you correctly? That it has to look a
Right.
certain way?
And right now, institutionalized disclosure can be either a good or a bad thing. It just depends on how much they're tainted by their own ways of thinking. That's what I'm getting at.
Right. And so let's say you you remember doing something or encountering a being, and in sharing the story, it's not violating any of your security oaths, but
No, it's just that.
the optics violate the narrative,
Yeah.
of what this group would want. You're saying that there is a culture of pressure of saying, no, this doesn't look good
Right.
on the disclosure hallmark card. Let's not
Right.
go here. Am I understanding you correctly?
Right. Because they're only willing to discuss things on some levels when it comes to, like, if you're talking about the institutionalized disclosure with Congress. Okay. At one point, um, there was a lot of pushback. Yeah, because all they wanted to have was just tell me some program names and some locations. Okay, tell me some people names so I can go and talk to them. And really, it was just, I think, really just sitting at your freaking desk on your butt and making some phone calls. Do you have a legacy program? Oh no. Oh yeah. Okay, I got it. Thank you. Click. That's kind of what was going on. But now it's much more serious. So that is a good thing for institutionalized disclosure at the congressional level, is that now we have people in Congress that are willing to stand up and be brave and push back um, on the false narratives and the deception of it all, and finally try to get to the truth. And like I said, I think the one thing they need to realize is at this point they probably do need to think about the reaction that some of these installation commanders are going to have, and these corporate people are going to have. You've heard all the horror stories, and they've heard all the horror stories. You're going to start seeing people disappear, just like we've already started to see, if we don't get a hold of the fact that these people are just freaking, some of the people in the program are just that nasty. And they need to really wrap their heads around that fact, because this is like going after a pedophile ring. Okay? That's how bad this is.
Well, aren't we really coming to find out that it's all the same thing, Jason? That it is, in fact, a pedophile ring, and that we might actually be using the coin of the realm, which is blood, to get the technology from these negative NHI.
Yes, honestly, I don't want it to be true, but everything that I've read, everything that I've seen, everything I've experienced, and all the people I know that also experienced points to the fact that there's some kind of bloodlust that goes back millennia with human blood, and it just drips with that blood all the way through all the narratives, all these pantheon of gods, fallen angels. I don't care what you call them. They are NHI, and some of them are reprobate. They are absolutely disgusting. They have murdered many of us in the ancient days. If that is all true, we have ancient texts that talk about it, enslaving the humans. Uh, mixing their DNA with ours, and having offspring that are considered abominations, and all these sorts of things come to light. And then you talk about just today, if regardless of all that ancient text stuff that's been going on in our history, now you can see that, yeah, it seems like Congress is into pedophilia. You got pedophile rings all around the world right now. You hear that now that the NHI also have a penchant for the same thing, and that, is this all coming to a head, that this is really what it is about, and that it actually is a biblical proportion, that this is perversion from these fallen angels, just as God tossed them out? Yes, it's because they were perverts. Isn't that a sickening thought, though? And I don't want to believe that, but it seems like everything that we're seeing and hearing about is that there's an undercurrent of this blood uh, sacrifice, which is tied into Satanism and demonology and all this other good stuff. So yeah, there could be a very real connection there. I totally agree with you, Fringe.
Fringe, you've got to be thinking the same thing I'm thinking. Your mind was going where my mind was when he talked about the dark stuff, the blood stuff. Epstein, Jason, can we go there?
Yeah, you can talk about it.
What based on, and if you can share anything from your work experience, but also just your opinions, what's your take on the Epstein files, especially as it relates to UFOs and NHI?
I think him and his little kingdom is a huge problem. It also stems from the Hollywood culture, and that was what I think enticed him. I think he was just a greedy man that saw benefit in making a cult out of it because he knows that sexual temptation is a very potent way to corrupt people and when you corrupt somebody, you then get a degree of power over them because now you have records of them doing something reprobate. And I think he saw that this was a way for him to achieve his own goals. So I think he was a very wicked person. Anybody associated in his staff are also knowing. And I really hope that the victims really start to come forward and find a voice because the more of them come out, the stronger the case becomes. And the stronger that case becomes, the more that it will reach in and pull out and root out the corruption that's inside our government and Hollywood. I think that really needs to be pushed by the victims that of that culture because yes, it is very satanic in many ways. And like they're saying, they're finding these different little inlets where he had a strange fascination for DNA manipulation and genetics. Strangely, NHI, what do we hear about there? DNA, genetics, same thing there. All that is yeah, there are some real problems here that we have to face. But Epstein, yeah, he was when he got to the amount of money that he had every day, it really gave him the ability to set up a lot of things worldwide, and that's why things are so rampant. And unfortunately, there are so many people that are so perverse that they would actually want a child and to do bad things to that child. And he preyed upon that. And that's exactly who he is. He's like the epitome of, like if you're going to the Lord of the Rings, he's like Sauron, you know? That's who he seems like to me. That's what
And
I describe him as.
oh, sorry, Ulrich. Just to add a little personal note here, Jason, in case anyone's maybe doubting you, it's just a little bit of supporting anecdotal information. My own father ran an international human trafficking ring, and he catered to the elites. And Dianne Feinstein,
Mm.
she's now passed, but she was a sitting United States senator. She and her, and this is information coming from my biological father. It's not my own personal information, but I did verify that in fact he was put in prison for this. Uh, he claimed that she and her husband were involved in rituals with children. And this is all to get to these people into power. First of all, it was my father's job, and I say my father loosely. It was his job to get the blackmail material. And then these people are put into power and they are given power in exchange for these rituals. So
Hmm.
essentially, our so called elites, they are preying on our children. They are, in fact, offering blood sacrifices to these negative NHI. And in exchange, they are given technology at the highest level. They are given information and they're given power and they're given money. And that's what they are exchanging for. And by the way, some of them get in a little too deep before they understand what they've gotten into, but
Yep.
many of them just go into it knowing exactly what's going on.
That's very unfortunate. But yes, that's exactly the same thing I experienced inside the program on mission. That they do have. Uh, they did mention that the Holloman thing did happen. They talked about it while I was on mission, and yeah, there were agreements made, and apparently one of them was that they could abduct, people and children and do their DNA testing and things like this, and probably some of the blood. I'm sure they can, produce their own plasma, but there's something special about our blood, fresh out of our own original bodies, without, a prosthetic sort of process to get it out, reproduce that, because you can create plasma and stuff, but there's a difference between living blood, I think, is what we're getting at. Out of all these evil stories like you're talking about, with some of these people doing horrible things to kids and taking their blood and their flesh. So there's something there about it that just, and it's not just the government either, like you were saying, but this is the way the Hollywood culture works, right? You don't get the good spots unless you give in, and you participate, and you start to do some of these rituals like bloodletting and stuff like this. And you got Megan Fox talking about it like it was just, oh yeah, it's kind of like having a cocktail. Yeah, whatever. I do it. Yeah, we do it. And it's just like, how do you get that reprobate? Honestly, that's the thing I can't fathom. But apparently, people do, and you get one upped, and you give in to them and their culture, and the next thing you know, yeah, now it's institutionalized. So yeah, we've got a lot to do in that, and I think that just on a realistic sense, I think we've got enough of our FBI agents and so on and so forth that are working in each of the different states around the United States and hopefully around the world, where we're going to start capturing our children, or getting our children back from being captured and trafficked, and women, and all the men that are caught up in this as well. So yeah, I'm thankful that we're starting to crack that open, but now there's a huge amount of, like, how are we going to put enough impetus into this, just like with UFO disclosure? How are we going to put enough meat on the table to finally get this squashed and figured out? That's what the real problem is. And honestly, I have always had faith in the people. I think that's why we're here with our UFO disclosure now, is that you guys have been a part of that. I couldn't do it on my own. All of you have had an interest in this. And because of that interest, the Congress has started to respond. And I think the same thing's going to have to happen with, like, the Epstein files, is we just need to keep pressing them and saying, look, you don't get to pick and choose the truth here anymore. And we just need to get it done. But it seems to be their biggest tactic is delay. We're going to delay this.
So,
And
so Jason, and I'm not trying to push you in a direction. I really just want to know your opinion. When I look at the Epstein files, I have a hard time distinguishing it from all of the UFO lore. Just like when I read Sumerian texts, stuff in the Bible, I have a hard time distinguishing it
oh yeah,
from abductions. Um, do you also have that same
oh
vibe?
yeah. Epstein actually, to me, has the same exact sick, demented desire that Hitler had about all these cultural or cult and satanic practices and rituals. You're right. I do see him exactly like that. And yeah, he just like Hitler is into the UFOs, because there is a connection there, that these are
In the
beings.
occult and the dark, and
Right, because these are the beings, to me. Everybody knows I'm a Christian, okay? If you didn't know that, you know now. And I've read the Bible several times. I'm sorry I've cursed, you know, during this
it's a
interview,
safe space, Jason. The F-bombs
um,
will be okay in this space. Even Fringe
but
has dropped them.
but anyway, there are real beings out there that are not human, in my faith, that God created, not just me, but there's a seraphim, the cherubim, you name it. They're all there, and these were the fallen ones. And guess where they sent them? To Earth. They fell to Earth. So it makes perfect sense to me that this is exactly where this war is going to happen.
You mentioned when you were talking about your papers that some of your roles were combat roles and they were in the personnel files. Were any of those combat roles UFO or NHI related?
Only after I messed up and was excommunicated out of the program for taking my kids to the zoo when I went to White Sands. Yes. After that, I got to see the dark side, and all that stuff opened up. Yep.
So it was a punishment. You were put in a combat role as a punishment for some
Right.
sort of disobedience.
I was forced into a legacy program slash NHI sponsored dirty work, um, type program. I don't even know what the name of it really was. All I knew was I was told to do what I had to do, or I would be dead in the desert, buried in the desert.
Am I messing up the timeline here, Fringe? Uh,
No, perfect.
really? Okay. The reason why I asked is because there's that scene in Jurassic Park where they're lowering, what is it, a goat to feed to like the T-Rex.
Yeah.
Did we ever do anything like that?
Yep.
We did.
Actually, that's, if you think about it, here's a good way to kind of perceive it, the way I understand it, and the way I think that they were talking about it while I was in the program and I was listening to it in their conversations, is that they believe that technology is king. As a matter of fact, it's almost an addiction, probably is an addiction for them, that it doesn't matter even up to the point of human sacrifice. If they can get technology, that's all they care about. That's how depraved they are. That group of, at least the group that's into this, that's how depraved they are. Now
And
there are,
Jason, just quickly, are we talking about contractors here or
yes.
military proper
Um,
contractors
well,
like
I was
Northrop?
military because I was just doing the red teaming for the program, along with doing kind of red teaming on the outside too, outside the program for the military. That was my job. But yes, there are people in the military, but we also contract a lot of people through DOE, Department of Energy, and other contracts, and then God knows only who Lockheed Martin and all those people and Raytheon hire. They're all able to hire their own security, is what it gets down to. And some of them have military backgrounds with special forces. Other people just like to murder other people. And it just depends on what you want. They pay for what they want. And that's who's kind of doing these kinds of things. And the retrievals are like that. And Jake Barber's perfectly correct that yes, it can get quite hairy and messed up, and your life is at risk whenever you get into that retrieval program. And he was just a pilot that got egg-shaped craft that were light enough for him to carry with his helicopter. And then there's the larger bodied craft that needed a larger cargo bay, and you hear about those as being the triangular craft. Sometimes C-130s showing up, C-135s, whatever they need to get here or there, they have those craft available to them for that part of the retrieval. But the other side of this is that there is an NHI presence that also doesn't like what's going on with the retrievals, but also agrees that there is a problem with other NHI that are reprobates, that are these fallen ones, and they want them taken care of. And that's all wrapped around a lot of other pieces of this retrieval program stuff, because this is where the two worlds collide. This is where the NHI are being captured, imprisoned, sometimes encountered, sometimes have to be preempted. And that's where we get into what happened to me was doing the dirty work, is because I messed up. They didn't care. I was going to get shot in the head anyway. So why not send me on a freaking set of missions where I might not come back alive, and then have hands off me after that. I think that's kind of what happened. But I had to do some stuff there, but it exposed me to a lot of this dark side of this retrieval program, which is part of the operations program, which you have now understood that Eric Davis and Hal Puthoff had no idea what was going on in there, because they're part of the scientific community and they don't get to be part of what's going on the operational side. Because when you're in the military folks that are listening right now, you know that there are operational parts of this that deal with security and physical security and all this other kind of stuff, and special forces and special operations and stuff. And there are people that are in the community that are staffers, and they don't know. They might have a little bit of a plan and kind of say that, yeah, we need some kind of a special operation design, but they have no idea how to get that done. Well, that's now who Eric Davis and Hal Puthoff are. There are these other people that weren't part of the operations in this retrieval program, and they don't understand what actually goes on there. And that's why they haven't experienced the NHI like I have.
So I want to make sure I'm not filling in gaps in my head that aren't there. As a disciplinary measure or as punishment, you were put on some sort of negative NHI wet work program.
Correct. That's what it kind of amounts to. It's just that The NHI, just like we do, they have reprobates that they have to, get rid of, just like we do. And that's what is happening, because there is a faction that protects this solar system and this planet and the interest here. And believe me, this world does have interest for them, just like any other resource that's out there on the planet of the Earth that we in China and Russia argue over. The same thing's happening planet wide. If it's just a logical freaking. If you think about it, this is the reality that's lacking in a lot of people's heads. They're so concerned about this shiny object, they forget that it comes from a civilization that has a lot of the same trappings as we do. And then if you think about it, and they know other races that also have similar concerns. That's what we're really dealing with here. Okay, that's what this part of this program is doing with this retrieval. That's where the worlds collide. That's what I'm trying to get out, is that this is not a lie. I'm not lying to you. This is just the fact of dealing with these beings for so long. This is what happens.
We
So,
have such an entrenched, we meaning military interests, contractor
yeah.
interests, as a human, just not broad, right?
Right.
We have such an entrenched relationship with so many different NHIs that if you just go into a little bit of the story, it's way past the Overton window. It just
Exactly.
sounds crazy, and then you have a bunch of people trying to convince you when they weren't there. You have a bunch of people who aren't clinical psychologists who are trying to convince you that you're not a firsthand witness.
Correct. Correct. And that's just it. But for me, and anybody else that's listening to me, it's a very logical way of thinking about it. If what the experiencers are saying outside of what I'm saying, there are a number of races that have already been identified, all different, all unique in their own way. It's not just them being here and somebody's got a strange story about that. This is actually a representative of all these other civilizations, and they really have done some.
Jason,
I lost Jason.
yeah,
Was that
we
all of
lost you there
us?
for a
Oh,
second there.
sorry, I got somebody at my door.
That's
Give
all
me a
right. Take
sec.
your time. Take your time.
So interesting. While we wait for Jason to get back, so these are the stories that we definitely want to talk about today. These are the things that are so hard for people to understand. Um, I've said before, the community's kind of sitting around waiting for UFOs and waiting for government disclosure. We really want to hear about this nuts and bolts, and for whatever reason, we are enthralled with this consciousness aspect. And there's a lot of virtue signaling about hearing from experiencers. We got to hear from the experiencers. We got to hear from the experiencers. They know what's going on. They're going face to face with these NHI, and then people like Jason come into the space and want to talk about the experiences, and that's when it all goes out the window. I think the community and humanity at large is not ready for what's actually happening face to face with these NHI. Do we have you back, Jason?
Yeah, I'm still here. I've just got a person here that helps me out with some of my health care, and I would like to just have a few minutes if you could give me that.
Yeah, yeah, we can buy
Of
you some
course,
time.
absolutely.
Yeah. What do you need? 5, 10, 15 minutes?
Yeah, what do you think?
We can do whatever you want. If you say 30 minutes, we can make it
Yeah, about
work.
20.
Yeah.
Yeah, about 20, 30 minutes, you said?
Yeah. Yeah, totally. Let's totally do that. Um
I'm sorry.
no, are you kidding me?
No
We
worries.
we go long. That's totally fine. Just do me a favor, unmute when you're back, so we know when you're back,
Okay.
and just chime in. Just scream anything.
Okay, I'll do that then.
Yeah. Yeah, and
Be
we'll
right back.
shoot the
Sorry about
shit
this.
until then.
Okay.
Yeah. What are your thoughts, Fringe and Tiff? And we could bring some people up and then drop them back down brutally when Jason's back. It's totally up to you.
Oh yeah, I'm
Oh
totally
yeah,
fine with that. Especially
absolutely.
if
I'd
we
love it.
You want to do that?
20, 25 minutes of conversation. Yeah, I love to do that. I just
We have 4
wow,
people
right
here.
right when we were getting to the good parts.
We have Neil deGrasse Tyson, Average Chris, Mick West, Cuck Patrick. No, I'm joking. We only have friendlies here. I think we can handle all four, so I'm just going to pop them up.
We also, I mean, we've been talking about his experiences, but we've been talking about it as people who have heard the experiences. We're in the know, and so when we're talking about it, we don't address like the full scope of what we're talking about. There could be people in the audience who are unfamiliar with his story, and so I'd like us to give him opportunity to get into some more details about specifically, the cave experience, of course. I also enjoy the if there's been any revelations on the alien in the desert story since he's come out, like how many people have come forward and talked to him about those important details.
Yeah, I agree. I think we almost have to, now that we're getting back into the stories, we almost have to go through the stories again, which I think is a great idea. There could be some details that he hasn't touched on before. Science Bob is showing, again, I think this happened in one of our other spaces. Science Bob is not connecting for whatever
Augustus was
reason.
having the same thing. He had to
We'll
drop
we'll
as
Okay.
well.
we'll get
So
him
add
in
them.
here. Science Bob, if you can hear us, just keep on trying. Um, yeah, I don't know if I'm seeing everybody. Who are you seeing on stage right now? I'm seeing Justy, Andra, and Matthew. Is there anybody else?
I think we did, Science Bob did make it. We have Christophorus, and for some reason, Ron.
As I'm
Ron
adding them,
is,
they're dropping. So I don't know
yeah,
what's
they're
going
just
on.
dropping. I
Like
don't know what's
five.
happening. Add
If you
drop,
can
but we do have a
open your
few people
mic
up.
and speak, like say hello to us so we know that you're functioning.
Bob McGuire.
Hey, hello, Bob. Welcome.
I think Bob was actually first in the queue, so we could go to Bob.
Yeah, I just wanted to, especially while Jason's preoccupied, I wanted to say that last year I had the pleasure of spending a few days with Jason. And during that moment of time, he showed to me all of his documentation. And I went over it with a fine tooth comb with the eye of a person who knows what that stuff looks like and how to read it. And I found nothing but truth. That's number one. Number two, I met his mother, sister, cousin, etc. His whole family came to this thing I went to in San Francisco with him. And this is not a family that is ashamed of their son. I can tell you that incontrovertible truth. They love Jason and they are very, very proud of him. The only question I have for Jason is when he comes back, I am nonstop asked where he is. And so I tell him, I don't know, even though I do. So I want to know what his current feelings are about saying something about where he is. And I think that's it.
Yeah, thanks for that, Bob. I think that's really important. I think it's important that someone has looked at the document, somebody who knows, somebody who has the military and intelligence background to verify. I mean, the last thing that Jason is a liar in my mind, but I think it's good to get that independent, somewhat independent. I mean, you're in the community, Bob, but somewhat independent review of the documents. I really think that, yeah, sometimes I don't know what to think. I wonder, are people just projecting? Are they getting paid? I don't understand what this is where we just automatically assume that whistleblowers and experiencers are lying, grifting, I don't know, selling a book. I don't even know.
This is the secret keepers method of deception. They've been doing it for 70 years and they will continue as long as we allow it to work.
Yeah, that's a good point, Bob. That's a good point. I was actually really surprised by it when I first came to the community. I was kind of just surprised, maybe even shocked by the level of vitriol that comes toward experiencers and whistleblowers, especially whistleblower experiencers, when they start telling their stories. It's just mind blowing to me how
Well,
people just.
you know, and others know. Did Tiff drop?
She is having a hard time coming up and also having a hard time with accepting co-host. It's
Okay.
just some glitching in the space.
And it was good. The reason I had trouble before is it kept knocking me off of requesting to speak, and I kept coming back. I left and came back twice. The second time I came back, you had invited, and I went right in. So it was just this app is so bad. Anyway, we allow that to happen, and we help re-traumatize people. Now, what am I saying here? If you see something, say something. If you don't think what is being done is right, open your mouth and object. If sufficient of us object, this shit'll stop. I don't like these people being re-traumatized.
Yeah, that's a good point too, Bob. Yeah, and I don't know why we're doing it. I get what you're saying, I get what you're saying as to why we're doing it. But God, it just doesn't seem productive to me on either side. I mean, it doesn't seem productive to me, even if people are getting paid to tear these people apart. It just doesn't make
We
sense to
open
me.
our doors wide open to Rick Doty, who we know is paid to feed us crap, but we pick on people who claim they've had an experience. It's nuts.
Yeah, and from my point of view, I want to hear from Rick Doty too. I mean, I want to hear, even though we know, and look, a lot of people are still on the payroll, Bob. A lot of people in this community are still on the payroll in one way or another. I still want to hear what all of them have to say. So, yeah, it's very interesting dynamic here. We're very lucky that Jason stuck it out, and he's even willing to do spaces right now. The way he was treated.
Thank you. I'm dropping down.
Thanks, Science Bob, and we'll try to ask him that question. Go ahead, Ulrich, jump
Oh
in.
no, I'm hanging back. I think we should. I think if we bring too many people up on stage, it's going to be difficult. So if we're just trying to fill the time while Jason's gone. So if there's anything you want us to ask while he's up here, but we will open up for a real Q&A. So I just think maybe we shouldn't crowd the stage too much because it gets wonky. And I honestly don't know what order we're supposed to go in.
I only have two hands. I do want to let Ron up since he is the one who kind of orchestrated this. I think Ron is probably going to want to speak to also possibly viewing Jason's documents. Ron, you want to jump in and then we'll get to the two hands that I could see.
Yeah, I do want to let everybody here know, and you can go on my profile and look too. Much like Jason, my DD 214 is out there. I spent the last years of my career working the Office of Inspector General at Barksdale. Okay, understand this, in the intelligence community where Jason's at, where David Grush is at, I, as the base IG, could never ever review their complaints. Okay. So when Grush or Jason goes to an IG, that IG is directly connected to the intelligence people. Okay. So their own people who are supposed to be the ombudsman, the honest people, are within the same squadron. Okay. So if you think why Grush and the retaliation and that stuff never happens, that it's looked into, that's why. That's so wrong that their own people. So it's the same with the Air Force OSI. Everybody else I can see. Okay. So please understand that. And yes, I worked in Air Force personnel off and on for 40 years. His forms are real. What they do is real. Okay. So I just want to put that out there because they say people, don't speak up and everything like that. Well, I'm telling you, and my stuff's out there too. His stuff is real.
Thanks,
I
Ron.
also believe that when Arrow released some of the documents regarding whistleblowers, Jason Sands' testimony was listed on there. So I mean, you don't go and speak to them without at least some kind of, I would imagine. I mean, I'm not the brightest flashlight on the street, so correct me.
Some kind of vetting, right, Tiff?
Well, I mean, the gaslighting pamphlet, also known as the Arrow report, um, has an asterisk next to one of the anonymized interviewees, stating that the Arrow report states in the beginning none of the interviewees have firsthand access, but one, they have an asterisk where they had to qualify. One of our interviewees did have some level of firsthand access, and only because Jason has doxed himself as that interviewee do we know that interviewee, what I like to refer to as Arrow's biggest fuck up, is Jason Sands in the Arrow report, the one with the communication. So that is an interesting point there, that we do know which interviewee, not the number, but the person referred to in the Arrow report. We know that's Jason Sands.
All right, who do we have? So we got to Ron. I'm not sure who was first. Oh, I think Justy actually was right behind Science Bob when she came into the queue. Go ahead, Justy.
Yeah, thank you. I just wanted to, I had a really good question now, I forget, but I just wanted to know, like, Jason said in previously with you that basically there's like a narrative. What is, like, I'd like to know what is the narrative they're trying to sell, and don't you think it's time, if there is this impending uh situation coming, don't they think that they should prep the public to and maybe that's what this is, I don't know. But you can't blame people for feeling so disconnected from this, because I don't think anyone, like very few people, have had any chance to maybe be exposed to this. Or, I can understand that the government lies, I get it, but like they just have never been involved in this. So I kind of understand Jason's point of view. Like he's coming out and he's saying, well, this is my experience and this is what happened to me. And you can believe me or not. But like at the same time, I understand other people's experience, because when I came out, to my family talking about certain things I learned myself, like remote viewing or had experiences, they can't even relate to it because it's far from their reality. So we have to give everyone grace and kind of, and at the same time, people have to go with an open mind. You don't have to believe it, but you have to, like, just not be rude. And I think that's an important um topic about being open. You don't have to believe it. I don't know if I believe everything I hear. But at the same time, I know I don't know anything. So I have an open mind and I want to learn. So yeah, that's what I
I
wanted to say.
like I'm just speculating since Jason can't answer and he's probably going to give a better answer. But when the thing came out in 2017 with Elizondo, they were able to, get the funding and go for Space Force and do all that. And so with the continuation of this disclosure, I don't think it's to like relieve their conscience or be honest with the public, but they have to open doors in order to get funding for things like space warfare and stuff like that. So that's something to keep in mind. The disclosure might not be a disclosure that's a full truth, but it will be enough to open the door to get those funds routed to them so they can, do more space warfare.
Yeah, that's a good point. Could be.
I think we should also talk about, while we're on this topic, we should also talk about what Timothy Alberino said in our space a couple weeks ago. And I think we're all very much aware that this current push for disclosure is really, and these are my words, not Alberino's words, it's really just an effort to get our tech back from these rogue contractors gone rogue with their breakaway civilization. And I think that's what most of this is. I'm not certain that the government actually wants to disclose the NHI component to this. I think we're just trying to get our own tech back. And I do want to talk to Jason about this idea that I put out a couple of clips of some interviews with Jamie Walden. And it sounds like Jamie Walden, and who's just an he's ex-military and law enforcement guy, and Tony Merkel have received some kind of briefing, some kind of 10-hour meeting that they were in where a lot of this stuff was discussed. It was discussed that possibly what Jake Barber actually encountered out in the desert was actually our tech, which does make a lot of sense. Um, and that our tech is now to the level of even being able to mimic NHI, being able to mimic the feelings that the NHI give us. and that are basically our contractors have gone completely rogue, and they have a higher degree of technology than maybe even our military proper. And that's really, I think, the whole point of disclosure. And then there's this idea that they are possibly trying to usher in some type of a fake Armageddon, and they might try to use this technology on all of us. I know these are ideas that have been floating around the community. I just thought it was interesting to me that very recently, in the last few weeks, there is a group of, I don't know who, giving information to podcasters, that something is coming. And again, we're always sitting around talking about something's coming, and yet here we're all still here, and nothing has happened yet. So I thought all of that was
Did you say
very
that was
interesting
Bigelow?
and coming together. Oh yeah, and then Mike Lee outed Bigelow as his contact, or saying that Trump was going to give us disclosure. That was wild.
Yeah, that Bigelow had been talking to Trump. That is wild.
So, yeah, wow. I mean, what an exciting time to be in the community who does not believe in UFOs or NHI.
And
Where are we at?
we also,
Yeah,
I
go
mean,
ahead.
basically, we have, I think, at least four more hands. LM, if you can put your hand up just so we don't miss you. And some of us,
Wow, there's a big foot wave. I'm just gonna throw that out there.
what's a foot wave?
Bigfoot wave. We're like in the middle of a Bigfoot wave too. We're having this
Oh, a
space while
Bigfoot
Bigfoot
wave.
is like trekking across the country.
Dude, he's running from the pole shift, Tiff.
Fear,
And by the
fear,
way,
doom.
everyone is a doomer now. Everyone
Oh,
is a
we
doomer
have to
now.
talk about
There's
this.
what
We have to fucking
what
talk
is
about
that?
this. Jesus, go ahead. I don't want to cut you off. I can't control myself.
No, I'm done. We're just
I'm
talking over
walking.
each
I'm
other.
walking. So yeah, I want to hear what you guys have to say about it. But isn't that some bullshit?
Well, I mean, I feel like we're going to spend 80% of the rest of the year just protecting our brand, saying like we doomed hardest first. We have people who have shamed us for being
We're in the
fatalistic,
doom trenches.
who are now doing Doomer Fridays with the Doomer crew. First of all, and I'm talking about Pavel. I have deep respect, and most people here are already following Pavel. If you're not following Pavel, the person who does Psicoactivo, his YouTube channel is amazing. He's a great journalist. He does great work. I'm not here to shit on Pavel or to cancel Pavel.
Only for
However,
fun.
however,
Well, wait a minute.
no,
We should talk about how Pavel asked me to be on his show
oh,
and then
I
ghosted
didn't
me.
know whether that was
Yeah.
publicly discussable information.
So he didn't want to doom too
He
hard. He's just on the verge of doom. He's just like skirting the edges of doom.
Well, look, I mean, I'm going to talk out of both sides of my mouth, but I'm going to talk not with moderation. I genuinely mean it when I say I'm not out here to cancel Pavel, and he does great work. And some of the great work he does, he doesn't even like when he broke the information about the rumors of the death ship, the doomsday ship, the JWST, right? So I follow Pavel's stuff. However, personally, the criticism that I've gotten is that we're sort of amplifying too much of the threat narrative. And my personal experience has been that you can doom as hard as you like, you can fearmonger as hard as you like, uh, you can report on all the doom, as much doom as you like. If somebody else is yelling fire because there's fire in a crowded building, it's fear mongering. But if you wait for that building to burn down and kill everybody else and then report the news, it's journalism. And I find um, this double standard delusional. It's hypocritical, especially if you host 3 consecutive Doomer Fridays and refer to a Doomer crew. I think I think just because you're a love and lighter, it doesn't mean that you have some sort of fear mongering immunity. I think if the world is
Wait,
dooming
no,
and you're
they
reporting on the
do. They
news,
absolutely do have fear mongering immunity.
right, but you shouldn't. And so this is
No, you
I
shouldn't.
have a chip on my shoulder about this because I've noticed there's a bunch of, unicorn fart huffing love and lighters who we love that you're in the doom spaces, by the way. Um, who feel like they have total immunity to fearmonger about anything, but when they're afraid and they'll project their fear onto you and your fear mongering. So yeah, like if you're going to use the doom card, you don't get out of a get out of doom free jail card. Like you can't have it both. Well, you can't doom and have a Doomer Friday and then say, "Oh, the other doomers, they're nihilistic." I'm seeing a bit of a double standard, but I want to be clear. I'm not coming from like an evil place. But if we're gonna doom hard, I'm gonna complain a little bit. I don't know if you guys feel the same way, but and there's so much doom now. And look, we got some shit 2 years ago, like 2 years ago when you said, "Oh, there's a pole shift coming." Oh, not all of these NHI are positive. It was just fear mongering, and now we're dry humping the event horizon of nuclear annihilation, an AI singularity. The Antichrist coming back. I don't know how many people are trying to bring the Antichrist coming back. If we had a fraction of the number of people who are trying to bring the Antichrist back, like working on my dating life, my whole life would have like transformed. It's ridiculous. I can't believe how many people are working for free to bring this Antichrist back. Everybody's dooming and it's fine. So yeah, I'm a little bit bitter about it. I think I'm done.
Yeah, I hear you because I cannot tell you how many comments I get daily that I'm just fear mongering. And I'm really not fear mongering. And by the way, I don't live in fear. I don't live my life in fear. I'm actually a glass half full optimist. I believe in getting to the truth and being as prepared as we possibly can be. It's when I was, well, I can't say that. It's kind of like the fire thing, Ulrich. I mean, if you're driving on a freeway overpass and the overpass is out ahead, you want someone to stand up and say, "Hey, slow down. The bridge is out. You're literally going to drive over the cliff to your death if you don't stop." And that's what I think we're doing. I think instead of living in this love and light rainbow unicorn land where all the NHI are positive and they're here to help us, ascend to 5D, I think it's very prudent for us to step back and say, wait a minute, let's accept that at least some of these NHI might not have our best interest in mind, and that all of these crazy conspiracy theories might actually be true in some form or fashion and coming together, for Armageddon, possibly in our lifetime. I mean, this is just something to be aware of, to prepare for as best as we can. Knowledge is power in my book. And so to be called a fear monger, I just say I'm actually just a truth teller as I know it. And what you do with that is up to you. Fear can actually keep us alive, right? Fear keeps us from getting eaten by a bear, from leaving our doors unlocked, all kinds of different things. So I hear what you're saying. And it is fascinating to me that the Love and Lighters do have a doom-free card. Like they're allowed to doom. They call themselves journalists. They can say whatever they want. But when we talk about it, we're just fear
They have
mongering. It's
full
it's
doomlematic immunity. Full.
immunity. Yeah, it's
Yeah.
wild. It's wild. But yeah, here we are. We're still dooming. We're still going on. We're going to be right, by the way. We're going to be right about everything, just like we were all right about all the many things that have already been confirmed to be true that used to be in the conspiracy theory area. I was told when I first came here that I was a danger to disclosure because I
Wait,
was talking about
are you going to reveal who
human
told you that?
trafficking, and I can't. No, I won't. Well, it was more than one person. I was asked to reframe my messaging um, by someone who's fairly popular in the community. That the doom is dangerous for disclosure. So wild, right? What kind of disclosure are you looking for? And by the way, these people admit that what I'm saying is true. It's not good for the brand of disclosure. Nobody was saying I was lying or making stuff up or
Disclosure has a
incorrect.
brand. It has a look. It has
Yes,
like
it has a
proportions. It
brand.
has an ideal weight, a figure. It's ridiculous. There's some sort of ideal beauty metrics for disclosure. And if it doesn't look, like the perfect blonde disclosure Nordic, then all of a sudden, like we can't talk about her. Yeah, I'm glad. Sorry, I had to turn this into a small
No, I
therapy
mean, we're
session.
just riffing. It's wild. Like, hey, by the way, where did you get your information? Me, myself, and I, thank you very much. Literally living through hell with the NHI. And by the way, our military industrial complex as well, with through my labs, etc. This is not all NHI. And thank you for being over the target, but you're dangerous for disclosure. Wild, wild conversations. So yeah, let's get to a couple hands. We might be running up on Jason coming
Yeah,
back.
we probably are. I want let's try to do it quickly. LM, Christophorus, and Matthew. I want to get through all three of you. So if you can keep it brief, and this isn't our Q&A. We're going to bring people up for real after we throw you down without mercilessly. LM, go ahead, Ben.
Hey, good afternoon. I think I sent you the information that I wanted to have asked to Jason. So if you take a look through that, I also wanted to bring up that there's this talk about the Havana syndrome and the technology that was acquired on the black market by the CIA that they're trying to understand whether or not it's Havana syndrome related. And that I read an article just the other day that was saying that they've started testing this on lab mice and rats and stuff like that, to see what the effects are, and they're like, oh yeah, it kind of has the same effects of what back in 2016 2014 people were saying was the Havana syndrome, effects on them. What I found interesting is that I came across a research study through the Eisenhower Center for Space and Defense Studies, and it gives links into it, footnotes. It's an actual study that was put out, that was talking about these very same. It's a attack on the brain, neurological warfare, and it talks about how the U.S. Army back in the 1980s was already testing these types of neurological space, technologies on specifically mice and rats. So my biggest wait a minute, hold on, is that this was a published study out of the Eisenhower Study for Space and Defense back in October of 2016, and in it is referenced and cited that they were performing these experiments on lab rats and mice back in the 80s. But yet now, today, just within the last couple of weeks, they're like, oh, we have this device bought on the black market and we're testing it on animals. Well, it's 2026. And this study says that they were doing it back in the 80s. So we're 40 years, separated from it. So who's telling the truth? Were they doing this during the 80s, or are they just doing it now? The very thing they're talking about that they're doing now in this study and paper says that they were doing it in the 80s. So I think that's part of the confusion that they're creating, is that, yes, the technology is real. Yes, they have been doing research and development on it, but they've lied to us about the time frame. That's the key thing that I'm raising my hand to, saying, wait a minute, this is not jiving. You're saying 80s, and now you're saying that you just did it, in the last year or so. And this study that was produced was in 2016, which is kind of scooting closer back to the 1980s perspective of this. So I'm just really confused about it, and I think people need to get their eyes on it and start asking more questions, because I think this technology has been around for a long time. I don't buy the narrative that they just acquired it off the black market within the last 5 years, and that they're just now running R&D on it. That's kind of where I was going to go with that. That's the second point that I was talking about. The first point that I sent information to you, Ulrich, was in regards to the James Comer asking for all the information over the last 10 years of the neurological effects on F-18 Super Hornet pilots. And my question for Jason is, under Project Odin's Eye, is the Navy aware of that? Because that's what Comer proffered in that. He's like, first of all, is the Navy aware of this project? Or is it a project that has been siloed? And secondly, why are they looking into this neurological effects of pilots, specifically the F-18 Super Hornet pilots and flight officers, dating from 2025 back to 2015? Because again, we're dealing with really weird timelines here, and they're telling us the truth, but they're not giving us the correct time frame of when these questions or these projects or this research is being done.
Yeah, it's like stuff is happened decades prior, and we're
Yep.
acting like we just developed the tech, or we're just discovering this now.
Right.
That's and I'm glad you came up here. I was looking at what you sent me while you were talking. I don't feel comfortable, even though you wrote it out, just waiting for you to drop. Jason, are you back? No, not yet.
It's fine if he's not, and it doesn't have to be discussed in this
No,
in
but I
this
think
chat. It's fine. It's
no,
just
but LM, I think it should. Just do me a favor. We'll bring you up first when we do the full Q&A. And let's get into that, because look, anybody listening to the caliber of questions knows that this is what our Congress should be. and what our Congress never will be. This is exactly what UFOX is meant to be. And I think it's really interesting. And all of us are thinking about Havana syndrome right now. So I love both of the questions, man.
Yeah. So and if Jason doesn't have much he can talk to it about, that's fine. I just wanted to get it out there, like, and the ethosphere of what we're talking about, because I do believe that it is relevant within whatever form of disclosures are coming out. So
I agree,
thank you. I
man.
appreciate
Yeah, and thank you. Let's go to Matthew and then Christophorus.
Hello, thank you. Real quick, before I get to the question I wanted to ask is, Fringe mentioned Tony Merkel getting a briefing. Has he spoken about that or posted, tweeted about that? I'm just curious where I could go find out more information
Yeah,
about that.
I'm only speaking to what's been said publicly, just for the record. It's been said publicly in his last confessionals with Jamie Walden. It's really good. You should listen to it, Matthew. And Walden was also on Blurry Creatures. But it sounds like Tony and Walden were involved in some type of a briefing. I don't know who was putting on the briefing, but the information that was basically presented to them was that what we're dealing with, and it's all negative forces. And I know people have heard me say that before, and all is a big word, and it's a word people do not like. People don't like when I say, no, it's all the same thing, and it's all negative, because the angels don't do that. God's angels, the side of good, the side of positive, don't act in the way that all of these entities are acting. They don't pull tricks on us. They don't steal us from our beds at night. They're not experimenting on us. They're not sexually assaulting us. They're not trading blood for technology. The good side isn't acting in that way. And so when I make a blatant statement like they're all forces for negative, I mean it for the most part when I say all. And basically the briefing that I understand it is that they got this briefing that this is all related to human trafficking. It's all related to an exchange of technology for blood and energy and all the things that they get from us. That even non-believers, non-Christians know what this is all about. And in my opinion, they've basically sold their souls to the negative side. That's from me. And it was a great interview. They didn't go into detail on who gave the briefing, or I mean, I was having visions of a new or perhaps revived Collins Elite, perhaps. It's very interesting. You should go watch it, Matthew. It's the Confessionals' very latest interview with Jamie Walden.
Is this the same one?
Okay, thank you.
Sorry, I'll let you finish, Matthew. I just wanted to know, is this the same one where Tony Merkel reveals it's Bigelow who's trying to push for some sort of partial disclosure?
No, so that was Mike Lee, right? Who said Bigelow was his contact for Trump. I did not hear Tony Merkel say anything about Bigelow. Did he? Is that something new?
Yeah. I think Astral has a clip, but I think it came out today that that so Tony Merkel had said somebody related to Skinwalker Ranch was trying to convince Trump to push for some sort of partial disclosure, and it came out today that that was Bigelow. But yeah, so that's why. But so it's separate. But Matthew, continue, man.
Yeah, that's interesting that Tony Merkel, given his particular focus, worldview, is being reached out to. So that's why I was curious. It's very interesting. I'm curious about the nature of the so-called briefing. And anyway, very interesting. And as far as Bigelow goes, yeah, a couple of days ago, that screenshot of a text message with some author I'm not familiar with, but I think it's pretty much a consensus is that there's something to it, where he's like, I've been lobbying Trump for a very, very limited disclosure. So that always annoys me about Bigelow. He's always about a limited disclosure. What the thing I wanted to,
No,
sorry, do you
I
want
was
to say
just
something?
agreeing with you.
Yeah. The thing I wanted to mention, I had to dip out because of work, and so I wanted to know if you had asked Jason, like, how are things looking to you, something to that effect, and I've had interruption, so I didn't catch much of it. I was wondering if you happened to discuss, or any of you have discussed with Jason without the news from a few days ago. Among other things, in the interview, Burleson did an interview with Leslie Kane and James Fox, I think, AMA, Reddit, something or other. But anyway, in particular, I'm interested about how we have a sitting member of Congress being told that his life is in jeopardy if he floats the wrong names out there. And of course, that infuriates me. I know Jason has some in these kinds of subject matters. Jason, directly and indirectly, we can pick up over time that Jason's well aware of the dark forces who are really pulling the strings and how nefarious they are. So I was just curious if you had, if that had come up in discussion. If not, I just want to bring it to all of your attention. If you haven't already seen it, it's just like from 2 or 3 days
No, we
ago.
should get
Yeah,
Jason's.
just
Go ahead, Fringe.
oh, sorry, Org. So I did just look at Astral's page, and it looks like it's the same thing that I'm talking about from Mike Lee. He's Bigelow. Looks like is the source for Mike Lee. I don't see anything related to Tony Merkel and Bigelow, but I can't post it to the nest. So
Did
if
I
you
say
want to find
Tony
it, put
Merkel?
it up there. You did. Yeah.
I must be getting Alzheimer's. Yeah, I meant Mike Lee. Forgive me.
Yeah. Okay, so that's Bigelow. That was his source. That's fascinating to me.
Yeah, I think so
All right,
too.
so Matthew, go check that out. And again, we'll try to save your question for Jason. Jason, do we have you back yet? Don't think so. He said he would unmute when he was back. We want to be very patient and give Jason enough time to get his medical stuff taken care of. It was actually gracious for him to schedule the space for today. I didn't see, do we have anything else? Do we have Justy's hand up?
I think Andrew had her hand up, and we also have Christopherus that's been waiting.
I did have my hand up. I was going to. I thought maybe I would save it till the end. If you need to fill more time, you can come back to me. But you guys can go ahead.
Yeah, you sure? This isn't the question and answer section. We're just buying Jason time. So we'll definitely come to you if we still have time, Andrew, and then bring you up for Q&A. Christopherus, go ahead, man.
Oh, thank you so much for doing this. It's great to have Jason back among us, the real hero of our community here, people's whistleblower. Since he's being so generous with his time and we've got him, this is sort of a point of order that I think would benefit the whole community. Jason is basically willing to answer any question you put to him, but it's really hard to tell sometimes when it's coming from his opinion, his experiences as an experiencer, or his actual role in the program. And I think it would be really helpful to everybody if we could make sure for each different question to clarify which vantage he is speaking from. Can we ask him, to speak directly, what do you know from the program, or what happened to you directly as a person, or what have you put together from your opinions? Because he answers all of it, but a lot of times I'm left wondering, is that just Jason's opinion, or is that something he overheard in the actual program? He's the only guy that we've got willing to talk to us that's actually behind the curtain. And so I want to know which parts came from behind the curtain and which didn't.
That's totally fair. I should be doing a better job. And I have a similar question, ringing in the back of my head. I'll try to be more explicit about it. And is there anything in particular that you can think of? Like for instance, one where we're sort of dancing around it or getting to it, like any kind of, my first question like this would be if we've done some sort of a, not a trade in terms of agreements, right? Like, abductions in exchange for tech, but if we really have dropped a proverbial goat in exchange, so that the T-Rex can feast, right? Like my question would be, was he told, we delivered some sort of sacrifice and we got a UFO in turn, or is this something he witnessed himself? Right. That's the one I can think of. But is there anything in particular that you can think of?
Well, that exactly. I would like him to speak as specifically as possible about what he actually heard in the program about any type of ritual sacrifices, blood exchange, or whatever, and kind of, what were the situations? Can you give us as many details as possible about that kind of thing? And then I was also curious to hear him clarify exactly what he understands when he says the Holloman thing was real. People have different ideas of what Holloman was and even what year it happened. And so I would love to have him clarify what he means by that and how he knows that.
That's really helpful. Yeah. So dive into the Holloman thing, disambiguate what he knows and how he knows it. And same thing for the ritual sacrifice stuff.
Yeah, exactly. Because those are huge claims and they're super important to the community. And, I just think it's important to have as much clarity as possible from the one guy whose ear we have that was on the inside. If these are, because this is the type of stuff you hear as rumors. Oh, it's easy to claim, oh, there's a bunch of Satanists in government, blah, blah. And I think that's true. But, you know, uh, when we get actual evidence, I want to make sure it's crystal clear, that that's not just an opinion. It's like, I was on this mission doing this, and this is exactly what I heard.
Yeah, I feel the same way, man. Um, there's oh, and you also want to know, was one of those exchanges, was it Joe Biden? Did Joe Biden get sacrificed? I'm joking. Okay. Yeah. Jason, do we have you back? All right. I can't tell. Justy, is your hand still up? Or is
Yeah, I wanted to comment a long time ago what you were talking about, like, what is disclosure? Why are they doing disclosure? My thought always was that yes, they want to get whatever tech back, but also there are other interests who wanted the tech. And the people who are in charge of trying to broker some sort of disclosure also are kind of doing the job for them as well.
can you disambiguate all the theys for me? Like
Yeah, I think like maybe Silicon Valley might want some sort of get their hands on it. Like it
some
would
sort
make
of IP,
sense.
some sort of
What's IP?
some sort of intellectual property. Like, yeah,
Yeah, like wouldn't you?
if I was
It
Sam
seems
Altman,
like
yeah.
Peter Thiel is very interested in disclosure. He's very interested in the topic. People around him are very interested in the topic. It's interesting that they're interested in the topic. There were people who had conversations with Trump as well before he was elected, um, who are interested in the topic. They went to Mar-a-Lago apparently um, and talked to him. So, like, I really hope that there is this push for, some sort of if this all is a reality, why do only some people know the reality? Kids should be studying this in the library. We should know the
Y-
reality. We should expand ourselves as beings,
y-
you know?
yeah, and just so it doesn't slip my mind, like, how would you phrase the question to Jason?
Uh, what question?
I mean, it's fine if it's like a statement, because I'm also wondering how many people want a piece of disclosure. But if there's
Yeah,
something, yeah, that's basically what you're asking.
yeah, you could ask him, like, what is pushing disclosure? Like, is it only the people who've been in the program who would like some disclosure? But are there other interests, like monetarily, or it's not a bad thing. These are good things. Like if these entities do get some of this tech, maybe we'll get med beds, maybe we'll get good things to come out of it instead of like negative things. So like I don't look at it as a bad thing. I look at it as a good thing. I think we need to expand as a species. I think like that's needed, you know. But also truth has to come with it. Some sort of truth has to come with it so people can understand who they are, what they are, what kind of universe they live in. I
But
think it's
who are
owed to
you hoping
everyone.
to get that from, Justy? Because these NHI dealing with us, they're offering bargains. Nothing is free. Like they're not giving us free med beds. They're not giving us free
Mhm.
technology. They're not downloading all this stuff for free. There's always a price to pay. And so, who are you looking to for the truth of
Uh,
even our origins? Because they lie about that as well.
well, I think the government, I think people who have been involved in this would have some idea about that, regardless of what, if you say they're negative NHI, apparently there's positive. Jason has had, um, you know, instances where he talks about positive NHI. I don't know what the real truth is, if they're all from the same place. Like, for as far as I'm concerned, it could be like future timelines. There could be a lot of explanation what's going on. It could be a multitude of things too. But
Oh, yeah, it probably is a multitude of things. And
mhm.
I also believe there's good NHI. I'm just wondering who you're expecting to tell you the truth.
I think our government, I guess, as we're all the same being, I believe, like, consciously, like, look at it, we're all from the same star, like stardust. We're all consciousness trying to experience itself. Like, we need to expand. That's what, humans like to do. They like to test themselves. They like to expand. We need to expand as a species. And part of that is like who we are, what we are, um, to like open ourselves up to the reality of the world we live in. And it's not a bad thing. It might be scary to start with because it's new. Anything new is scary, but we live with fear every day of something. We all do. And I think that we've grown up enough as a species. We're getting technical. We're going to be going to space soon. If there's activity in space, they won't be able to hide it. So, like, at this point, I think there should be some sort of reality given to the public that, to confirm things and just get it over with. Rip the Band-Aid off and get it over with.
I'm back.
That's my view.
Welcome back, Jason. We are going to clear off the panel just so everybody knows it's
Hey,
nothing against you guys. We're just going to get back to business as usual.
Sorry about the interruption there, but
yeah,
healthcare,
and
healthcare, they just
oh,
showed
it's
up with
totally
it.
fine. We want you alive, Jason.
Yep.
We
Well,
want you
it's
alive,
just
and
the
you know,
VA taking
UFO
care of me.
people can,
So, all
yeah.
right. I'm glad you guys understood.
As long as you're not abducted, So sorry, go ahead, Jason.
No, I was just going to say I'm not abducted or anything, but no, that was a good visit. It's just the VA taking care of me.
Not
Um,
just for that, then.
yeah, and I can't help with my dad jokes, but I always have to make a stupid missing time joke whenever we have long spaces, and you don't know where the time goes. Um, all right, and we have such well-behaved people. So anybody in the queue, if you're new to Doom Spaces, we did not do the Q&A yet. We'll definitely bring people up for questions. Don't worry, we were just buying time. And Fringe, let me know where you want to dive in. I wanted to pick up, I think, where we left off when it came to the goat being left for the T-Rex.
Yeah, I think we were just going to start getting into the whole cave monster stuff and all that kind of stuff. So wherever you want to go.
Um, yeah, Jason.
Yeah.
Somebody had a question about Holloman.
All
Um,
right.
what were you saying? What were you saying about the Holloman agreements? Can you go more in detail? And can you say whether this was your own experience? Was this something you were exposed to? Was this something you were told?
This
People
was
wanted to
on
know about that.
mission. We were doing the telecommunications monitoring, and we intercepted calls dealing with the Holloman meeting with, who was it, Eisenhower, I think. I always confuse Eisenhower and Truman because they both kind of had a part of what the early days of the program were. But anyways, the Holloman event did occur. They did show up. It was also part of the mission that stated that is exactly what happened, and that they were going to be coming back. That was the conversation that I had. That's why I say that in 2026 or 2035 timeframe, they, in that window of time, will be coming back. And I've always also stated that this meeting is a periodical meeting. As you know, NHI are much more longer lived than we are. And to them, I think that they chose, because when I intercepted the call, I looked up at my fellow analysts and I just said, what kind of a frickin' meeting occurs only every 50 to 70 years? Because that's what they're talking about. So they all came to my rack, which is what we call the equipment. It's a rack. Just kind of like Fox Mulder chewing freaking sunflower seeds. That's what it looks like a lot of times. But anyway, and we just listened to that call, and it was like, wow. It made me understand, though, that these beings are much more longer lived, and 50 to 70 years is probably about when the old leadership is dying off and retiring, and the new guys are on tap, and they want to meet them and adjust their meetings and their agreements and what's to happen. And all those adjustments can be made just as the government has periodic meetings. It's the same kind of a thing. And so I think that was introduced, though, forcibly into the presidency of Eisenhower and Truman, because they had captured the craft at Roswell, and they had dissected beings and biologics, and they had imprisoned biologics, and had done some things that caused the kind of attention to ensue that caused the extraterrestrials to come and say, look, what you did was wrong. We're a civilized race. Here's how things are going to go from now on out, okay? And I think that's kind of why the retrieval program went south really quick, because there was a group of people there inside of that sphere of our own government that was there at Holloman as well, that thought to themselves, well, I think that they're a threat, and I think we're going to just do it whatever the hell we please. And I think that's where the segregation between the scientific work on the recovered craft went in one direction, and the retrievals went in another, to where we're starting to hear we have directed energy weapons to shoot them down. In other words, this rogue element, because in that call, that's exactly what was stated in the 90s when I was there, was that after that initial meeting in Holloman, that the demand for this next meeting that's supposed to happen within the next 5 or so years, that they wanted their equipment returned to them. They said they wanted the prisoners exchanged. This was another demand. And then if those two demands were met, then the emissaries could be also exchanged, which I thought meant like there was an exchange between some of them coming to help out some way with the human race and the others. And then we would also offer up some humans to go goof off with them somewhere and do some things. So that's what Holloman means to me. It's based on, no kidding, mission information. But it's all NHI based, so it's not classified, because there's nothing, honestly, believing in UFOs or not UFOs, or NHI or not NHI, that nobody has classified that. I hate to say it. People that bitch about that need to shut the hell up. They have no idea what they're talking about. If I were, think about it this way, if I were an NHI race on this planet, I would not abide by your laws. Let me put it that way. Or your classification markings at all. I'd tell you to go piss off. That's exactly what they've done here in this case. That's exactly the environment that I was exposed to while I was in the mission space. So Holloman was real. Yes, it echoed into the future now to where we are nearing some of those years when they might be coming back to talk about and reinvigorate things between the program and themselves. And I think that's what I feel in my heart of hearts is happening. I think that's why disclosure is happening now. And yeah, there's a lot of big strategic moving pieces, if you think about it, that's been on the undercurrent now that are actually starting to come to a head this year and next year. I think next year there's going to be a lot more activity with the NHI. That's what I'm feeling. That invisible hand that I've spoken of in the past, that I feel, that the NHI are coming back probably very soon. So that's just my take. So in a way, I'm kind of agreeing with Bledsoe. But in another way, I'm saying I don't agree that there's an exact date like the rising of the Red Star over the Sphinx. I don't think that's really going to be a hallmark day, and I think it's going to just be a process after that day.
And Jason, I'm sorry, I got a FaceTime call in the middle of the disclosure you were giving. You were red teaming communications, right? So you overheard this communication?
Yes, that was my mission type. Because as you know, a red team is meant to do the security posture, look at the security posture of the installation, or the commander or directors, or a program or a base, and tell the clients, which would be the commanders and so on and so forth, directors, this is our findings, here's how you fix this stuff. And that involved any form of communication type that they used. including human intelligence. In other words, showing up at going away parties. We did that too. Jumping in dumpsters, looking through their trash, you name it. We did all that stuff. But yes, I got to listen to the no kidding scientists, the no kidding engineers, the no kidding leadership and headshed people, all of it, which is very unlike a lot of the other jobs in that career or in that legacy program, because everybody is so stovepiped. Like Hal Puthoff and Eric Davis, they only got their piece. They, like they said, they didn't know anything about retrievals. Okay, me, I had to listen to all of it because they only had a few of us to do the job. We only had 2 weeks at every site that we went to, so they could not waste the resources to have us go here and there and waste our time. Because I think at some point somebody mentioned, well, what if you're being deceived? I'm like, that is such BS. I mean, honestly, who spends any kind of a resource that is finite like that? I mean,
Like they
we
were
live,
reverse prank calling you, like somebody was just
yeah.
acting out a skit and having you listen in
So
on a
let's
decoy
have,
conversation.
yeah, think about it this way. Let's have Jason and his team come out for 2 whole weeks and we just lie, lie, lie. That makes no freaking sense. Absolutely zero sense. It's like,
Yeah.
why would you pay me $20,000 to go out to go do that? Just let's pay him $20,000 just so we can lie to him over here at Wright Patterson, then send him back home with all those lies. Let's do that. That sounds like a great, awesome idea. Everybody that would bring that up in a staff meeting would probably be, you're not allowed back in here. Thank you. Leave. Don't come back. You're fired. I think that's the kind of mentality that would ensue. But some people are just that silly minded, coming up with their imaginary things about what they think I was part of and what I wasn't. So, no, this was not a deception. I was on mission. I heard this stuff. I was there for a 2 week mission at Wright Patterson at the time, and that's what they actually said. The leadership was concerned about some things. The engineers were concerned about some things to deal with Holloman. All of that came out.
And this was engineers and scientists that were concerned about this Holloman contract or agreement reaching its expiration, and that's why it was relevant to what they were doing.
Correct. Yeah, it just happened to be that they were talking about it because this was also the same mission, by the way, that J-Rod was mentioned, and that this all was a thing because J-Rod had told them that they're coming back.
Relating to Project Aquarius.
Yes.
So, and were the engineers working with J-Rod? Who was working with J-Rod?
No, it was just an interviewer, somebody that J-Rod got along with, kind of thing, like an interpreter would. You know, you
Yeah.
find a suitable spokesperson. That's who
Yeah.
was talking to either a project lead or a laboratory lead or a biologics lead person there at Wright Patterson. And they said, this is what we need to talk to the leadership about.
And this was about like a late 2020s, early 2030s timeline, or imminent back then?
Back then, it was the conversation went like this. By the way, they're coming back. Really? Yeah. They want their equipment returned, the prisoners released, and the emissaries can be exchanged thereafter. Really? Yeah. Okay. Well, what if we don't want to give it back? Oh, you don't want to do that. Well, why not? They're going to kill us if we don't. Oh, yeah. Wow. He actually said that. Yes. J. Rod actually said that. Okay. Yeah, we're gonna have to tell leadership. You know, that's kind of how the conversation went. So
And
it's a
yeah,
serious thing, and they mentioned the time frame along with that, and they said they're planning to come back. 50 to 70 years. Whether you want to earmark that as being the advent of the Holloman base meeting, that's 50 to 70 years from that date, or from the date when I intercepted that call. I don't care which. I really don't know which one they're talking about. All I said was they come here every 50 to 70 years. So I think it goes back to
okay.
the Holloman.
And do you have any idea why it would be so unspecific? Like if I'm signing up for a subscription and I want to cancel it before I get charged, like I'm pretty clear on what date
I need to, not renew Netflix. If lives are at stake, wouldn't they want to know exactly what year?
Yeah, but that's another thing that the NHI might be managing them with, is that no, we're not going to tell you exactly when we're coming back so you guys can hide all the stuff. I think the NHI are fully aware of their wiles and debauchery, and I think they're fully aware of the fact that they probably have every location that they'd like to think is secret, but it really isn't. And they're going to surprise the hell out of them if they act out. And I think that's the one thing that I also told Congress, is I said, I am concerned about my friends that are still in the program, because if death is on the plate, I want them to be reminded of that call, that they were there with me and they listened to it alongside me and were in complete shock, just as I was. And I don't want innocent people to die, because I know they had nothing to do with the Roswell crash or any of these other retrievals. But that is the concern right now, and that is the rub. And I don't want to see them killed. And let alone, like 90% of the people in there are just scientists and engineers. They are not bad people. They're very beautiful people. It's just unfortunate that the leadership has been hell bent on all this stupid debauchery crap about, oh, we need more technology, and we don't care if it means more blood and sacrifice, but we're just going to do it. We don't care. Just don't tell any of the minions. I think that's how they've been running it.
Hey, Jason, since we're talking about blood and technology, are you perceiving the NHI in this particular situation as being positive, on the positive side? And
Yes.
then I'd like to then ask you, because we did mention there was an exchange of abductions for technology with Holloman. So how do we reconcile that?
Well, let me couch it this way. There are different agendas, as I've always said. Now I'm going to give you some more information that I've never divulged before, and this is based somewhat on my opinion, some on my experience, and what they were saying these arrangements are. The NHI that are like the tall whites and the grays, they're the ones that they made agreements with. Okay. Um, and some of those are not very nice agreements. Like the grays, they love abducting, they love testing, they love DNA manipulation. And I don't know what on earth made them feel like they could make a, what do you call that? A human acts against humanity kind of a thing, agreement with these beings to allow them to be able to abduct us, just in exchange for a little bit of help. I mean, you're talking a trickle of help in technology, because the other piece of that is, even though the tall whites are there, even though the gray whites are part of the program, what I was hearing is the fact that these beings do not like to even have humans in the lab with them, let alone working on the weapon systems. They are willing to help with technology in a very controlled, managed environment. So it is not this free for all. And I think that's why the retrieval program turned into such a monster, because they wanted to take and steal everything they possibly get their hands on. So there are these different agendas going on. Now, some of on the NHI side, aside from these agreed upon pacts that the program made with the grays and the tall whites, and according to Mr. Hall, the tall whites, their agreement was that we build a spaceport for them to do refueling, and they would give us some help as well. So that was the exchange with them. Now the reptilians, they were never talked about. It was as if everybody was afraid to discuss them. They knew of their existence. I've heard of them being imprisoned, but that some reptilians have a penchant for blood, just like a shark does. It's just part of their biologics, and they are the ones that are being exterminated from time to time. Okay.
By whom?
By people like me that got caught up in that dirty work program. We'd have to go seek them out and kill them. The ones that went feral, we had to go kill them.
I have to ask, how do you kill a reptilian?
With kinetic weaponry that is very destructive. Let me put it that way. The materials, they leave a small impact wound on the entry, and on the exit, they blow out the entire spine, back, huge freaking holes. That's how bad these weapons are. But they look like normal. Well, not normal. They look like a modified, lightweight version of a rifle, and they shoot kinetic projectiles that are very devastating.
So we're talking like a shotgun with hollow points on acid.
Yeah, yeah.
So we're talking regular bullets. We're not talking something interdimensional
Well,
here.
it's not black powder stuff. It's probably more like a kinetic, like rail gun, miniaturized rail
Okay.
gun kind of a thing.
But the projectile is like physical matter, or are we talking more like electromagnetic?
I think it's a little bit of both, because I can't imagine within the space of hitting the solar plexus of your target to the exit wound, that small amount of like a foot and a half in some cases with these reptilians, that they would be that devastating, because the kinetic, the bullet would have to expand exponentially to cause that kind
So
of damage.
much. Yeah.
I mean,
So
you're
you're
talking
thinking
about
something
a
like
small, like an entry wound the size of about a quarter inch, and the exit wound being about a foot wide or more.
and did you ever need to load any
No,
projectiles in it?
no, it was like it could generate its own uh, kinetic.
Yeah. You never needed to load any mags.
No, not at all. It was like it
Did you
was
feel any recoil?
no, there was absolutely no recall. It was like shooting a squirt gun that was very devastating. It had a trigger, it had a shoulder pad, and a slightly longer barrel length. But in all other aspects, it's just something a kid could pick up like a squirt gun and shoot it.
Did we engineer this weapon, or were we given this weapon?
That, I would say, is probably a good question. I would say I don't know. I believe that the technology is definitely not ours, and maybe it could have been reverse engineered to do this. But I think the NHI, since this is a mutual area of concern for them, is that they don't like feral reptilians, just like the humans don't like feral reptilians. That kind of stuff, they would offer up and say, look, yeah, whenever these guys are on mission doing the dirty work, you're going to hand them these weapons because these are effective against them.
There's something really interesting about what you're saying. You keep on using the term feral reptilians. That would imply that there are reptilians that are more, I don't know,
Domesticated.
composed.
Well, yeah, most of them are. Think about this. Gosh, imagine some of these. I've got friends that live in the woods. That kind of stuff. They're like hermits, and then you got like in the Native American, um, First Nation folks. They're actually people that are considered shaman that go and live their life in the woods, feral. They sometimes even eat raw meat. Just like an animal would. And that's the choice that they make. And these reptilians seem to be like that. But all of them have a taste for blood, just like we have a taste for steak, or broccoli, God forbid. But anyway, that's kind of how they run. But apparently, these reptilians do have sort of a bloodlust, just like sharks do. That just drives them crazy. And
and
some of them give themselves to
and we
that feral feeling they get.
and you must have received some sort of debrief on basic facts about their anatomy, their psychology, if you had to get rid of some of these.
Yeah.
Is it true?
Yes.
Sorry,
Go
go
ahead.
ahead.
No, what were you going to say?
Well, I didn't want to stop you. My follow-up question was going to be, were you told that they prefer to eat their prey alive?
Yes.
What else were you told?
Well, I wasn't told. It just happened. Uh, this is tough. Anyway,
What happened? And take your time.
we sometimes there were bodies in the places where they were hiding, and or where they're out. Sometimes we had to deploy out to jungle areas. Other times very arid. Sometimes caves. Um, but there was a lot of times that these reptilians, when they were having to be taken out, they already had dead bodies where they were at that were partially Fuck. They're partially eaten. And you're talking walking up on shit that you don't want to remember. And I'm sure that Fringe can tell you it's not fun coming into a place where the dad just killed the kids. You know, it's very much like that.
What do you mean the dad just killed the kids?
Well, it's just having to look at the kid's dead body and the women's dead bodies, partially eaten, and these beasts, these monsters, have done this to them simply because they had a bloodlust.
But you said the dad. You mean like the
No,
male
I'm just saying
reptilian
though,
had killed?
that's the feeling you get. Like when a police officer comes onto a crime scene where there's dead children and a wife, and the father has killed everybody. That's all I'm talking about. That's the only reference to a dad
Okay.
I mean.
Okay,
It's like
that's
I
what you
felt
meant.
like a dad walking, or a bypass person coming up to a scene that looks like that and has the same impact about the cruelty of it all.
Are they consuming in a certain way to maximize suffering?
No, it's purely bloodlust, just like a wolf. Sometimes they kill for fun.
Well, and while people are alive, I think might be what you're getting at, Doomer.
Yeah, and more specifically,
Oh yeah,
I was wondering whether
oh yeah,
you came across people who were kept partially alive. That's sort of what I was
oh yeah.
asking.
We had another team of people that would take care of any captives that were still living. I wasn't part of that. I was just hired to take them out.
And how were the reptilian, I mean the human casualties you came across, like how were the reptilians picking who they were eating?
They didn't care. Whoever was a target, just like a wolf. If you were walking alone in the woods, they'd snatch your butt and take you off. If there was enough in the group of the reptilians to take out a group of us, and we were alone in the woods, they'd do the same damn thing.
And okay, and so what is your understanding of the factions of the reptilians? There's obviously these feral reptilians. What other
The
kinds are
other
there?
ones are not like that. Most of them are like us. Think about it like our society. Not everybody is a murderer, okay? But that's kind of who these reptilians are. They're murderers by named that murderers by their own society. These are the ones that are reprobates, murderous, and not worthy of life because of what they've done.
Okay, so they're like our psychopaths.
Exactly.
Are
They're
are
the
they
psychos of their species. Yes.
and are they different genetically, or do they just happen to be,
Nope.
there's
It's a mental state. It is a bloodlust. It is just like pedophilia. They get ate up on it and they just do bad things because they are addicted to that lust.
wow. Okay, and so in terms of their victims or their targets, there was no pattern. It wasn't like a certain
Yeah,
race,
exactly.
certain age range. It was just whatever's there.
Right. It's not like the Greys. The Greys are more organized with the way they abduct us. Apparently, they do have a reason of their own, which I find just as abhorrent because whether you're organized about messing with us or you're killing us, I don't care which, it's all disgusting.
All right. I'm sure Fringe wants to jump in here just before I forget it. Do you think there's something going on where the reptilians are here to feast on our bodies and the greys are here to feast on our souls?
Um, I don't think the Greys are able to do anything with the soul that we are born with. I know that
Or that they're preparing not that the greys themselves are feasting on our souls, but the greys seem to sometimes be implied with some sort of
they're
engineering
fascinated by it.
management of seeding of the soul.
The way I understand it, they are fascinated with our soul. Yes. I don't think they have
Okay.
full knowledge on how the soul works, and I think they're fascinated by that. And since they're so hell bent on even giving their own selves to science, even up into death, they consider that an honorable thing in their society, whereas to us, we find that very abhorrent. I think the souls are just a fascination for them, just like, giving their bodies to science. They're like curious.
Yeah. So I'm not completely off here that there might be some sort of carving up of the parts of the human being, a division of labor, or like the Greys are more involved on the soul project,
Yeah.
and the reptilians are more for the flesh.
Well, the ones that are feral, yeah, but the other ones that are
The feral ones.
yeah, the civilized reptilians sometimes are okay to deal with, from what I understood. But like I said, there's a portion of them that you don't want. And I think that there actually might be enough going on with these bloodlust attacks from their own people that it's become a problem. I think that's why there's a shared mission type between the humans and the NHI to clean up this kind of activity, because we do have these stories of firsthand witnesses that do describe some of that bloodlust and reptilian type beings being involved. So I would say, yeah, well, that might be an area of study that people want to look into and see how much, of what I've said is what other people have said.
Fringe, I'm sure you want to jump in here.
I do. Jason, thank you so much for sharing that. I know it's tough to, first of all, it's hard to even put into words. And it's tough to be in a space and sharing that kind of thing. And we really appreciate that you're in here today and that you're being very vulnerable sharing this story, because we're getting into that area
This is
of
the only time I'm
disbelief,
going to talk about it.
right?
After this, the rest of
And
my
we
life, I don't
appreciate
want
it.
to talk. This is the only
And we're
time I'm going to
getting,
answer questions about it.
thank you, Jason. We appreciate it. We really do. And I just have a few questions about the nature of these missions. Is this 100% 3D physical? Is there some dream material involved? Is there any drugging involved when you were on these missions?
Drugging, no. I would say it was more or less like people describe about paralysis and the ability of some of these NHI to kind of switch you off. All I remember is being in one place at one point, whether it was in my bed or in a facility, and having some awareness, and then being switched off. Next thing, I'm in a helicopter, another kind of conveyance, or if it was an NHI craft, I think sometimes that was the case, as I was in one of them, and I'd be switched on, and I'd already be moving towards the objective. And somehow, telepathically or mentally, I already had a picture in my head telling me where to go, what the first objective was, what I was supposed to do. The only part where I was given more freedom was actual hand-to-hand combat.
And again, Jason, we're getting into this area that the community has a very difficult time with. I just want to support you in this because you're not the only one. I've experienced these things myself. There are many people in this community who have experienced what you're discussing right now. People don't want to say this part out loud because even though we're in this UFO community, which should give us some freedom to discuss these types of things, this is really on the fringes
Yes, it
of
is.
it's a fringe topic. So we have the UFOs, nuts and bolts. We have some, maybe some weird interdimensional stuff, and then we talk about abductions. And by the time we get to this very strange, it's like a super soldier category. Everyone just likes to laugh and roll their eyes and make up every excuse in the book as to why this cannot be true and real. I want to support you in it. I've been in your shoes, not in exactly that same way,
Yeah.
but I've been in your shoes, and many people have been in your shoes. Um, so you'd get shut off and then you'd end up in and you explained it like you can only explain it if you've actually been there. And that is you already understand your mission.
Yeah.
Are you in your body, Jason, or did you take over someone else's body? If you know.
When I looked at my teammates that were with me, because I was always deployed with about 4 to 5 others, sometimes more, sometimes less, we were wearing black body armor type jumpsuits with helmets and face masks that you couldn't see our faces. It was like a two-way mirror or a one-way mirror, kind of a faceplate. And we all had the same weaponry. So underneath that uniform, whether we were somehow consciously stuffed into a avatar, if that's what you want to call it, because some people have said that maybe this is what's going on. All I know is my consciousness was in that time. I was doing the things I did whether it was an avatar or my own body, I couldn't even tell you. All I know is that when I felt pain, it was real pain. Because I did get hit with some of these things that these other beings had, some weapons.
And then did you ever have any body marks or bruises on your physical body
Yeah,
afterward, or did you not even bother to check?
yeah, I've got that going on. It's like my left rib cage was nearly penetrated by some of the NHI that we were after, and yeah, I still have pain in that area.
Okay, and we get into a real mystery here, and we don't have to get too deep into this, but it's very mysterious how our consciousness can be transferred, potentially transferred into another body, and we don't really know, was this your physical body or not,
Hmm.
but yet come back with marks either way. It's a fascinating area. It's something that I'm thinking about almost every single day, involved with other abductees. We're trying to figure out this. There's a mysterious overlap between the physical realm and this, whatever this is, the spiritual realm, the astral realm, whatever you want to call it. This transfer of consciousness that can happen, and you can return and have marks on your body, and it's just a wild area of. I don't understand it, and I wish I did, but I don't. But all I can say is I support you in this. I know it's happening to me. It's happening to many others. And I really appreciate they're vulnerable enough to say it, because none of us wants to be ridiculed or feel humiliated or, thought to be crazy or that we need psychiatric care or anything like
Hmm.
that. And so I know it's very difficult for you to speak on it. And I really appreciate that you're speaking on it, because there are so many other people. And what will happen is you might get some messages after this space. I will surely get messages after this space.
Hmm.
Oh my gosh, that happened to me. Thank you so much for talking about
Yeah.
it. And all we can really do is help each other to feel not as alone
Hmm.
as we started, when we woke up this morning.
Yeah. Well,
Um,
the other aspect of it too, Fringe, is just that, to me, these are all curiosities. Yes, they happen to me, but at the same time, are they going to help the effort of disclosure? Probably not, until we get to the point where there's a lot more reality involved and a lot more of this comes to light. I'm sure that the program people are not going to want to talk about this part of it. I'm sure even if the NHI show up, they don't want to talk about this part of it because it's yucky and it's nasty. Um, I think those are going to be some real hurdles there. But I am, like I said, this is the only time I'm going to answer any questions about this kind of stuff. Getting back to what you were saying about consciousness and whether I was in another avatar or another body, I will tell you that before the first mission took place, I do remember a time when I was turned off and actually started to come back to life. While there, I was in the middle of a procedure that felt like they were ripping my entire nervous system out of my body and putting it into something else like an avatar. But it was very, very painful. And I do remember
In
telepathically they were trying to calm me down and try to put me back under because I was coming to during this procedure. And
In what context was this? Was this
this
a one-time thing, or
this was like when I got stolen out of my bed one evening, and I ended up having lost time. But then during that same night, that occurred to me. I actually started waking up, and I was in great pain, and it felt like every nerve was being ripped out of my body from my head. It was like somebody had a hold of my brain and was able to rip every nerve out of my body. That's what it felt
and
like.
this was before you started the NHI wet
Right.
work?
This was just before the first mission. I felt that that was the case. And then after that, I don't
So
recall
you
having
think this
anything
was
since.
some sort of sorry, I didn't mean to speak over you, Jason.
I
Say
was
that
just saying
again.
that was the only time I remember that experience, the pain like that.
Is your best guess that this was some sort of biological prep for consciousness transfer?
Yeah, I think so. I think they had to get some kind of a mapping of my entire consciousness and nervous system, as well as what it does, functionality wise, with even providing electricity to your extremities and all that stuff. It was like they took the entire life force of nervous that was connected to my nervous system out.
Or is it possible they put something in? Do you think it was maybe an implant?
Oh no, it was being pulled out at that point. And then they
It was
finally
being
were able to
pulled.
get me back under, and I went black after feeling the pain for probably only a few seconds.
And this was, where were you staying? Like you said, this was while you were
This is a
sleeping?
very
Like,
cold room. I remember being on some kind of rigid surface, and there were people around me. And some of them had to be telepathic because I wasn't talking to them. I heard nothing audibly. They just were trying to shut me down as quickly as possible telepathically.
you're talking about Nordics.
I'm talking about whoever was in there. I couldn't see anything. It
Oh,
was
you couldn't see
black.
him?
All I could
Okay.
feel was this cold slab underneath me, their presence around me, and a huge amount of pain, and them desperately trying to put me under again.
And I didn't mean to take over the mic from you, Fringe. This is mind-blowing stuff.
Yeah, unfortunately, it's very common stuff, Ulrich. This is the stuff that people only discuss behind closed doors. I get messages all the time about this kind of thing. Again, it's that absolute fringe of believability. And the reason people like James Fox don't want Jason talking about this kind of stuff is because it's dangerous for disclosure to get into these topics. And thank you so much again, Jason. I just had a few questions
Mhm.
about when you arrived at your mission location, when you were dealing with these entities. Did these entities anticipate your arrival? Did they have any control at all? Were they able to fight at all? Were they taken by surprise? Like what was, and
They
what did
were
they,
always
what type
surprised to
of,
see us. They
okay,
were always
interesting,
surprised. And yes,
interesting.
they did engage in combat with us because once they knew we were there, they viewed us as a threat. They knew what we were there for, in other words. Because
And what
telepathically,
kind of combat did they have? Were they
they
using
claimed,
telepathy? Were they able to take over your mind at all? What was their pushback?
yes, the ones that I described before that looked Egyptian, like, you know, or whatever, that were giants, yes, they emanated telepathically this exuding thing of evil that they fully intended to kill us. Um, but at the same time, they tried to dominate us and get us to, stop in our tracks consciously. I think that's how they killed the female that was on my team. And yeah, they had weapons. Other ones, like the feral reptilians, they didn't use anything but their claws and teeth. So yeah, it was just dependent on what we were doing and who we were going after. It's kind of like terrorists. Sometimes they're caught off guard and they're wearing weapons, and sometimes they're not.
Where were they? Was this on Earth?
Some was on Earth, others was out in the solar system here. I don't think I ever went any further than any of the places that we know as our solar system. But yes, there were some off-world things, and those ones were totally run by the NHI once we were on mission to take them out, and that was the case with the Egyptian-looking ones.
That's really interesting that NHI have a utility for humans as soldiers.
Well, they feel it's beneath them. Honestly, if you've got cannon fodder people to throw at this kind of dirty stuff, that's the way they feel. They're like, yeah, throw Jason at it. We don't give a rat's butt if he lives or dies. Go ahead, yeah, let him do that. Me, I'm much more important. I've got to stay here and take care of things.
But doesn't it suggest that we might also be good at combat?
Yeah, we do have a very strong penchant for violence, and I think that's another thing they're scared of. Because I do remember challenging one at one point, and he ran like hell from me because he knew he couldn't control me at a certain point because I just raged to the point where my body paralysis started to disappear, and he ran like hell to get away from me.
So there's a bit of a battle. I'm sorry, I have to bring this up because the there it suggests it suggests that we don't just have a penchant for violence. It suggests we might have a competency for violence as well.
Yeah,
Like
yeah,
you get what I'm saying?
yeah, yeah. Like we're. I mean, why bother getting the bunny rabbit to go into the war when you've got some guy that's armed to the teeth and knows what the heck to do with those weapons? Yeah.
But we're that armed to the teeth guy. Like if we're
Yes.
performing a security function, sometimes do you get what I'm saying? The
Yeah.
lore about the
It's perfect.
battle at
Yeah.
Dulce.
I mean,
humans aren't always faring that bad against another species
correct.
in land hand-to-hand combat.
Well, it's also part of the reason they're not fully engaged with us here on Earth is because we are very violent and we aren't as civilized as we can be. Um, and
Or
I
as
think,
easily subdued,
right,
Jason.
right. But so they find a planet full of people that are like this, that have this propensity for violence, and they themselves find it disgusting, or they're incapable of it, or just don't want to use it. And they know they can manipulate you. That's what they chose to do. That they just thought this is a great way to manage it all.
French, I'm sorry. I keep on jumping in here. Like this is keep going. I have a million questions.
No, it's working out great. And I just always like to point this out just because, and Jason, I've been in your shoes, so I do not discount anything you're saying. I'm telling you, just in our little group of abductees, we spend hours trying to figure this stuff out.
Mm-hmm.
But I like to say a lot of times in my experiencer spaces, either this is happening or someone somewhere is spending a lot of money and resources
Mm-hmm.
trying to make us believe it's happening. And we can never take the MK Ultra component off the table. There's a lot of experiments happening
Yes.
on military people and on military children. So I always like to put that out there. Whatever it is, it's quite convincing. We know that there's virtual reality. The NHI have this virtual reality they can put you in that is very, very real.
Mm-hmm.
It doesn't really matter to me the degree of realness. It doesn't matter.
Mm-hmm.
It's very real to the experiencer. And I think at least some of this is actually happening. I mean, it's a fascinating area of discussion. So thank you so much, Jason.
Yeah.
Go ahead, Ulrich, on your questions on this. And then I think we had,
Well, I do want to
um,
mention one thing before we move on.
yeah, let's go.
Because of the exposure to telepathy, it's hard sometimes as an abductee to understand what their own feelings are as opposed to what the NHI are projecting or whatever. Once you've experienced it, I would tell anybody that try to discern as much as possible what is coming from you as opposed to them. And once you've discovered that, this is who I am, I don't normally act on any of these kinds of thoughts. And you are able then to discern that there is something overlaying your thoughts. It becomes much more evident as you learn how to deal with these abductions and these things that you're experiencing, because sometimes the fear is coming at you from another being, is what I'm getting at. Or they're trying to coerce you. You know what I'm saying?
Yes, absolutely. And until you've kind of experienced that, it's hard to even put into words.
Right. And it's just one of those things you have to experience it, but you have to also not be so scared or upset to where you can actually think instead of freezing, which is what some people do. They freeze when they're in combat and all this other stuff and they pee themselves. Well, I'm not like that. And a lot of people, the cops and everybody else in the police, they don't, they need to be people that don't freeze up like that. But you have to break free of that if you can and just think your way through it and realize what's actually coming from you and what might be coming from outside. And then you're able to discern so much more that this feeling of anger or this feeling of fright is not really you, it's coming from them. And I think there's a lot of mixed up feelings about these abductions as to, some people are viewing them as horror shows and other times they're not. Um, and I think sometimes it's just a telepathic experience, and sometimes those beings are just as scared as we are, and maybe the fear you're feeling is what that being is feeling because they're scared of you, knowing you can do them violence. You know what I'm saying?
Well, we can do them violence. If we get out of their telepathic control, we absolutely can do them violence. I just smashed one's head in like 2 weeks ago.
Yeah.
And yes, I understand that that sounds fantastical, and that's okay. Justy said something earlier, we're just here to tell our stories. It's not required that anyone believe the story. Belief is not required or expected in many cases. So we're just here to say it how it is. And a lot of times, Jason, for me, I'm not being used in combat like you are, which is interesting. I'm being used as a spy, basically.
Mm-hmm.
So, there's different roles to play as well, depending on, I suppose, what various skill sets we've been given and maybe also have in 3D physical world. So
It,
thank you so much, Jason.
yeah.
Doomer, oh, go ahead,
I was
Jason.
going to say, as it is below, so it is above. Honestly, everything that is our problem in our society, guess what? The NHI have been experiencing them for millennia themselves, and they have their own police. They have their own ways of dealing with it, just like we do. That's just a given about life everywhere in this universe. There are,
And I think very shortly coming up here, Jason, technology is going to be on our side, right? We already have this technology, our military industrial complex, certainly our breakaway civilization of rogue contractor, Northrop Grumman, Raytheon, et cetera. They all have this technology. And at some point, technology will be on our side. It will be presented to the public. We're going to be offered an upload of our consciousness, to some supercomputer to live forever. So at some point, Jason will be vindicated, as will I, and many other people who are making these claims. So thank you so much, Jason. Doomer, go ahead with your questions. And I think we have at least a couple more categories. I definitely wanted to get into. I have some questions about the other incident with the shooting incident and a couple others as well. So I hope we get there before we have to close the space.
Jason, this might be the most meaningful space we've done so far. So, being that you said you're not going to talk about this stuff again, I really want to, if possible, I don't want to leave any stone unturned. The female colleague you had, she she died not just on the mission, but afterwards as well. She was dead.
yeah,
Is that right?
yes.
How what was done to her? What did the NHI do to her?
She was pinned to the wall with a spear-like weapon that one of them carried. It,
So it
it
wasn't
went straight through her.
psychokinetic or
It went
telepathic.
straight through her chest, from one side to the other. Because she was kind of turned sideways as she was going along the cave wall or the cavern wall, and she got pinned from like under her right armpit all the way through to her left. She was alive for a little bit, but then she died.
That's brutal.
Yeah.
The when you're out on these missions, you're experiencing telepathically the inner world of the other beings. They're able to project into yours. What about other humans? Are you having enhanced telepathic access to other humans?
Yes. While the girl was, or the lady on my team was being killed, the person behind me screamed at me that I was about to be attacked, and that's when I suffered that injury to my rib cage on my left side because I was able to kind of deflect the blow and also capture the spear-like device from this other being that was in the cavern with us. And I stopped him cold, but it hurt like hell. And that's when I discovered I had a lot of strength, and I was able to flop this guy around like it was a rag doll. And yeah, that's kind of. But yeah, there was some kind of either audible or telepathic response from the guy behind me, warning me that I was about ready to be hit by this creature.
So you're saying it could have been telepathic, or it could have been physically
Yeah,
the voice.
yeah.
Okay. What about while she was dying? Did you get anything telepathic from her?
There was no time to mourn. There was no time to do anything but
Nothing.
engage, engage, engage.
Engage. Yeah, you were in the middle of it. Uh,
Yeah.
and she was dead after the mission as well.
Yes. I, at,
Like, go ahead.
my memory ends after I got into the cavern where the kid's body was, and
The
they
ki-
shut me
the
off
kid.
after that.
What do you mean by the kid's body?
The second cavern that was adjoining the first. In the first cavern, there were three of them. There was another cavern that was just beyond, about another 50 yards beyond, and that's where the humans were being held captive. There were men, women, children, and one of them ran
So
in
this
there. One of them ran in there. The third individual that we didn't take out right away ran in there and started murdering people.
Kids too?
And then, yeah, that's why I'm crying right now. So I can't forget that child, just laying there half torn in half. I'll never.
Torn in half. Like what kind of beings were these? Were these like
They
Egyptian
they looked
gods?
very similar. They had dog face with a bent kind of a nose looking face. They all look very similar. And yeah, he tore through those people
Like with
before we could get to
claws?
him. Huh?
With claws?
No, his weapon, the spirit device he had.
The spear.
Yeah.
Why are they using spears?
It was some kind of a device. I think that they just that's what they used. That's all they needed to
That was
keep. I think they were taken totally by surprise. The only time they needed to use their spears was to keep the humans in check and push them away. So they didn't need high tech shit. They just needed to put the fear of them into these humans to keep them from running away.
but they were like chimeras. They had
Yeah,
superhuman strength.
yeah. It's just like
They were
somebody who's there to behead you back in the medieval days. You know, that's who they were. The guy who did the beheading, all he needed was his freaking axe. It served the purpose.
but
These
these
spears were the
beings
same thing. These spears were just serving a purpose.
but these beings, they were chimeras. They were therianthropic, right? They were like part Anubis, part dog, and then part
Yeah, they looked
humanoid.
right. Yeah, their hands kind of looked humanoid, just very large. The legs, same thing. They didn't have hoofed feet or anything like that. Just their faces
Yeah.
looked animalistic.
And this wasn't just Wetworks. This one was partly a rescue mission.
It could have been. All I know is that at the end of it, as I was mourning all of the dead, that's when I got shut off.
Hmm. That's what you can remember. And as far as you know or can recall, or what do you think, was this on Earth or was this somewhere else?
No, this was somewhere else. I had no idea. All I knew when they brought me, when I was turned on, I was floating through space. It was extremely cold. I thought I was going to die just from that. And we were being pushed through that space towards this opening in this cavern. And there was a few yards of the opening until we entered into the cave, and then there was warmth, like there was some kind of an atmosphere inside. And then the combat started.
Um, of all the beings that you killed, how many of them, of roughly a rough percentage, how many of them were you feeling maybe not physically their pain, but telepathically? How
There
many
were
of
some
them
others.
were you sharing?
There was some craft out there that they escaped in as we were finishing up the
Okay.
mission. Um, there was a little bit more after me being in the cavern and I actually got really pissed off after seeing the dead bodies. But they had craft that they escaped in, and we were going to take them out, or I was going to try to take out the craft. But there was something that telepathically told me, no, they have captives, they have humans on board. If you kill, if you, you destroy their craft, you're going to kill all of those people. So I think I was
Oh,
only part of
really?
the
That's
mission. There might have
interesting.
been other missions that maybe were trying to get the other captives out of there, but they already had captives on that ship.
So either it was a counterintelligence projection or you were accessing some sort of information, right?
Yes,
It didn't
something
make sense to me.
telepathically told me that there were humans on board and I should not attack the craft.
Yeah. Yeah, but what I meant to ask before was, let's say you killed a reptilian, they have these strong psychic powers while it's dying. Are you feeling some of its thoughts or its pain while it's dying, and how
The
often is that
reptilians
happening?
never. No, it was like the reptilians didn't have any of that going on.
Okay.
They were just like encountering a lion in the jungle.
And any other beings where they did project or share while dying what they were feeling or thinking?
The only ones that I felt telepathically the aura of evil were the ones that were in the cavern.
The aura of evil. So they were, you're thinking they were intentionally making you feel fear
Yes.
or evil.
Yes. Murder and killing was definitely in their head already, like on a psychopathic level. They were just evil to the bone.
Do you know what
Really
the
worse than
objective
yeah.
was?
Their objective is to take our people back to wherever they felt like and enslaving us. And sometimes probably murdering them for fun.
A food source possibly too. And what was, do you know what your team's objective was? Was it just to go and fight, or was it to rescue the potential people, or
Yes,
what?
I
Yeah,
was
go ahead.
part of this, I think, of an overall effort to discover where they were and to try to save what we could or who we could.
The female soldier who died, did you ever go to her funeral? Did you ever speak with,
I
did you
have
ever
no
see her?
idea. I think her name was Mary. That's all I know.
Yeah, yeah. Jason, I know this is uncomfortable, and forgive me. I just have a million questions, um, and thank you for sharing this. This is more of a shallow question, but the average reptilian that was feral,
Yeah,
roughly how tall are we talking?
exactly the way they're described, about 7 to 8 foot tall. Some of them a bit larger.
7 to 8.
Very muscular.
Did
Some with tails, some
did you
without.
how for someone who's never seen what they look like, how what should we imagine? What depictions have been close? Like how human, how reptilian? What do they really? Okay, have you seen any of them shapeshift into a regular, normal, human-looking person?
Only with technological devices they do that, but those are the more civilized ones. Um, the feral ones don't use devices like that. They're usually naked. They like it that way. Of course, they're so depraved. But looking what they look like, very much like some of them have more crocodilian type teeth and extended jaw lines. Other ones are much more human looking. All of them have slitted eyes. Some of them have very large muscular bodies. Other ones are more slight of build and still muscular. Some have uh, tails. Some do not. They all have a ridge along their spine, which is very sensitive. You can actually kill them there by hitting them with a baseball bat on the spine would actually kill them. Uh, that's how sensitive that area is. That's their Achilles heel, if you will. Yes, they have talons on both their feet and their hands. Um, and their skin color does change and differ from spots to just entire skin being brownish to green types of colors.
The you mentioned something before about hand-to-hand combat. I don't know what in context what it was. Did you ever have to? Were you ever trained in hand-to-hand combat, and did you ever have to
I've had
fight
martial
any of
arts
these?
training, and honestly, that was one of the first things getting into the program. They wanted to know if I knew how to fight, and they wanted to know if I knew how to handle a gun. And they knew immediately. And when I got introduced into the program, my background check was finally through. Then the first thing they did was try to recruit me into the retrievals program, but I refused because it sounded gross. And I don't think they had enough protective gear in the world to convince me that I wasn't going to die from touching some of the stuff they mentioned or that I'd seen. So at first, I wasn't part of the retrieval program, but then at the end, they got to scoop me into it anyway. So I don't know how you want to take that, but that's kind of how it went.
So I'm saying, like, were you given hand-to-hand training on how to kill an NHI with just your hands or with just a
No, it
knife or
was
something
all
like
on
that?
me. It was just my own martial arts training that I think I was really.
Okay. And did you ever have to engage another NHI hand-to-hand?
Yes, the first creature the one that hit me in the rib cage, I killed him with my bare hands. because
And did you
And what
did you
kind of
ever feel enhanced, Jason? Like you had some enhanced abilities that
oh
might
yeah,
not have been
that was
right.
when I realized I had either there was not much gravity, or the creature itself was lightweight compared to me being more dense, or whether I was given some kind of a injection or enhancement or something, or maybe the uniform was like a form of an exoskeleton. All I know is I was able to throw that guy around like a rag doll. And what I did was, after I captured his weapon under my armpit, I drew him towards me and I knife handed him right in the eyeball, and tore his his right eye out of its socket. I then jumped onto the arm that I had captured and reached around behind him and put my hand straight through the base of his skull, and he died.
Jason, did you ever get any impression whatsoever that any of these missions might have been training, hands-on training?
That was someplace else. I have also memories of being in a cylindrical object that was in orbit around either Mars or Jupiter at one point, along with about 10 other people that were all dressed in military garb. We were all human. And you could see above you the houses and the buildings there just as below. It was just like that NASA um, depiction of a cylindrical craft that they had dreamt up back in the 60s. That's what it reminded me of. And that's where the training took place.
Jason, if there was one question I could ask that you would only answer once because it's so dark and you'd never want to answer it again, what question should I be asking you right now?
Well, just that, yes, there's some training involved in all of this, but there is a lot on you. Um, they just make you fight all the time. In other words, it's just like being in a mosh pit, you know? They make us fight amongst ourselves, and maybe that's the best way to hone our violence is amongst ourselves, just like in the UFC. Maybe they're not very good at it, so they just let us train each other, just innovatively putting us in a mosh pit, like, or a fighting pit. That's kind of what it felt like a lot of times. That was training.
You, you you mean other humans? You'd be sparring with them.
Yeah, you'd spar with them, and that was it. But it was not like this organized, like the instructor's coming. No, none of that. It was all us that we were just told to continue fighting, continue training, continue fighting, continue training, and then you'd be sent off on a mission.
Was there any, there are these stories of these really sick psychological stories of psychological conditioning, like Hitler would take people in his special forces, special commandos. They would be forced to raise brand new puppies for like 4 weeks and then kill them. Was there any of that trying to induce psychopathy?
That's a tough one. Honestly, there was so much deception that I probably have some times where I wasn't able to detect the lies that they were telling me.
Lies that they were telling you, or
Untruths or hiding the
hallucinations?
truth, whatever all the different ways that a deceiver would try to cover up what was really going on. Yes, I experienced a lot of that.
Can you give me an example of something that you suspected might be a lie?
Um, I would say it's mainly because, or the one thing was that I thought was a lie was that we are not allowed to be considered at the table with them. I think they get us
At the
wrong in a lot
table
of
with
ways. I think that they don't understand our emotional capacities. And I think the lie is that they think they know better, and that everything they do is justified. And I don't think that's true.
so so you were told that you as the human soldiers were not allowed to be at the table with what or
The
with whom?
NHI that obviously were telepathically manipulating us, or telling us what was to be done on the missions.
And in what species NHI was
I
that?
never got to see them. I suspect they were like the tall grays, the ones that are considered the hierarchy ones, the ones that when you're on a table, the small ones are doing the menial labor, and then the tall ones come in and do their stuff, and they're considered the leaders or elites in their class. I think that's who the elites are, and that's what they do.
Did you ever consider maybe they don't want you at the table because they don't want you seeing what they're eating?
That never occurred to me. No, I never thought that, but it's possible. They're so reprobate.
I mean,
I
sorry.
wouldn't put. Let me put it this way: I wouldn't put any evil deed past them. Honestly, they were.
And what a really go ahead. Sorry,
I was just
Jason.
going to say they justify everything they do as being. It's beneath them to even explain themselves as to why they do the things they do.
And right now, they and them were referring to
NHI.
presumably tall gray
Yeah,
NHI.
right. NHI and the tall grays. Yeah.
And and what I meant was, you know how the scene you described with the being that ran off into the room with the children and the humans and just tried to kill as many as it could. That was obviously really dark. If there, since you're not going to talk about this again, what else is there that I should be asking about? Assuming it's really dark, I want to know, like, what have I not covered?
No, you pretty much drug a lot of it out of me. That's about all I can remember. Again, as you know, it's fragmentary because of the turning on and off. And like I said, much of it was, here on our planet. Stuff that did occur off planet was very much NHI based. There was no human interaction. But some of the missions on our planet, they did have humans involved.
But that one was, there were humans involved, but it didn't seem or feel like it was on our planet. That particular one.
That particular one, correct. That was like the one that I definitely felt was off planet or off world, and that was the only one where I had to go to do the training in that cylindrical spaceship or whatever it is. But I think it was built between NASA and the NHI. Both had a hand in building that ship for this purpose, so they could use parts of us to go and take care of the dirty work.
Was your sense that those humans were taken from Earth?
Yes. They're just like me and you. Wrong place at the wrong time.
Did any of them speak English or say anything that sounded like they might have been English speakers?
Yeah, they only pick on Caucasians. No, I'm sure they were all different.
Yeah.
No, but no, I think one of them did look Hispanic. The lady definitely was a Caucasian. Whether she was from, a European nation, I have no idea. And the guy behind me spoke English very well. So he's probably American also, but I don't know if he was black, white, or whatever. Because
yeah, but you didn't hear any. Yeah. You didn't hear any language spoken like from them. You know what I mean?
Correct. Yeah, it was kind of one of those things where we were all kind of just we didn't talk much. We just knew what to do. We just said what was necessary. Like, hey, watch out. On your right.
Yeah, no, I meant
right.
the human. I meant the humans that were being killed and the ones that you were rescuing.
Those ones definitely look like they were from South America or Mexico. They look very Hispanic.
Okay. Thank you so much for going there with us. Oh, this was my last question around this topic. Did you share the story and testimony in close hearings to Congress?
Absolutely not. The reason for my being at Congress was to convince them to start an investigation. All this really is just dark shit that really doesn't have any bearing on disclosure. I mean, yeah, it's dark, it's nasty. This is a derivative of the retrieval program. And yes, there are nasty things that happen outside our world, just as readily as they happen in our own society. And that's the fact. And honestly, if you can't get through that as a logical step, then you've got something wrong with you. Because if we can have a civilization that we call civilized, and have all the problems we do and expect that these beings don't have any of those problems, well, you're dead freaking wrong. Dead wrong. That is not what's happening at all. That's not the reality of them. I think a lot of people get wrapped around the fact that these are, oh, benevolent and intelligent beings from angelics. No, they're real beings with real problems and also a desire for good on the most part, but some of them are absolutely reprobate.
It's complex and messy. So this testimony you gave us, um, was it ever rejected, volunteered? You know, because to me, I don't see how this is obviously inseparable from disclosure. It's crazy to me that this wouldn't be part of your
They've had
testimony.
no, right. It just had no bearing while I was on Capitol Hill. They wanted to know dates, names, places, stuff they could sink their teeth into and assign money to, because that's what they do. The Senate was more willing to talk about this kind of stuff, but on the House side, they've got to put the money to the investigation. So they're all about the facts, Jack. You know, give me the facts, because that's the only thing I can use to get with my constituents who are like herding cats already. And now I've got to convince them to start an investigation on the UAP problem.
But how are dying children not facts?
Because it's
Like
just
was it
too
was it
outlandish. I could tell that nobody in the room was ready to even halfway approach anything other than saying that this program exists. Here's some names, here's some locations. And yes, there was some fascination on their part, but most of them, they're at infancy level on understanding the depth of the rabbit hole. And that this program has had nearly a century dealing with these NHI and all the crap that comes along with that. They are not ready for that. They can't even fathom it. It doesn't help them with getting any money assigned from Congress. Therefore, I didn't talk about any of this. And I didn't say that with James Fox either, because he's very much fascinated with the topic, but he does not have the capacity right now to see what is actually happening. And I've been his friend. He knows I'm an honest person. I'm not freaking lying to anybody. I'm trying to tell you, this is the freaking reality, is that what goes on here is going on out there with them. Okay? There's crimes, there's murder, there's psychos, but overall, everybody, just like we do, wants to be good. Just go to work for the day, go back to your family, love up on them. They're doing the same thing. There's no difference. They might be more technologically advanced, but they are not any wiser than we are. There's a difference between intellect, technology, and then wisdom. Being wise means you can take
and
both
they
technology and intellect and utilize them for the right purposes at the right time. That's what wisdom is. Some of them lack wisdom.
and where have you been able, other than sharing this with us, where have you been able to debrief this aspect of what you experienced?
I haven't. This is the only time I'm talking about it. This is the only audience that's hearing any of this, other than snippets here and there.
This means the world to me, Jason. I'm sure it means the world to Fringe and Tiff, and I think some of the most important truths are the ones that people don't even want to consider as a hypothetical possibility. And I think it is a failure, a moral, an emotional intelligence, an intellectual failure,
Mm-hmm.
that this testimony hasn't not even been solicited, welcomed, asked, or requested of you. I think it's insanity.
Yeah.
I think it's absolutely insane,
Well,
um,
until
that we
revelation
haven't
comes,
made it easy.
I think
Go ahead.
when everybody shows up on the porch for the first time and you can see this for yourselves, um, then we can start to think about this stuff. But even then, like I said, the NHI are not going to want to reveal the criminality and all the reprobates that they deal with on a daily basis.
Oh, we know that, but the humans, like if you're you know, if it's been made so hard for you to share this, I mean, of course the NHI aren't going to reveal this. Ha- like, has anybody else tried sharing Anybody
Oh
else who's
yeah,
been
there's
on these
plenty of
missions,
people that
have
have
they
tried, but
tried?
they've all been made into laughing stocks, just like they're probably going to do after I'm done with this space. But I don't care. I've got no reason to lie. This is the only time I'm talking about it. I don't want no freaking money. I never have.
No, we're gonna have your back, Jason. Like, Jason, I believe you. Like, we're gonna have your back. But it's insane if, we're willing to talk about. We've seen some brutal things happen in history, right? And we're dealing with the Epstein files now.
Yes.
This idea that a nation can deal with the atrocities in world history and Epstein files and the Holocaust, but somehow we can't deal from them when they're being told by you. There's no way to make sense of it. So we have your back, and I'm grateful you're talking
Thank
about
you.
this, even if you're not going to talk about this again.
Yep.
Um, this is exactly why this is exactly why we're here. Like,
Mhm.
disclosure is the very thing that most people don't want disclosed.
Yeah.
So I'm honored that you're trusting us.
Mhm.
I'm
Yep.
I'm done, French, and I just want to make sure we didn't leave anything unturned here.
No, that was great. I just had one question before we hopefully we go. I did have some other questions. How much time do we have with you, Jason?
I'm free. I like I said, this is the one time I just want to get it done.
You just want to get it all out,
I
and
just
we
ask
appreciate it
your
so much. I
questions.
can't say it enough.
When we're done, we're done. That's so just. Well, if it gets to a point where I feel like I need to stop, I'll let you know.
All right, that sounds good. So I just wanted to know during the specific time that we just discussed with the cave stuff, what was your 3D day job during that time?
I was doing the telecommunications monitoring and red teaming as I always
Oh,
did,
wow. Okay, wild. Okay.
because it was the same way when I was doing the job for the legacy program as I did the same job. I just had to sneak out on a weekend and take off for 2 weeks, have the officer in charge uh, back us up and brush people away if they were asking where I was, and then we'd come back after 2 weeks and everything was back to normal. Day job. And the same thing was going on even when I was doing the dirty work. I was just doing my daily job, and then poof, I'd be taken somewhere and made to do things.
And then did the dirty work only come after this incident where you took your family on that trip to the zoo, or was there some other things going on before then?
No, it was pretty soon after. They took my badge, like I said, at Indian Springs, and that's when they informed me that I was going to have a bullet put in my head and that I had to do this other program, which is actually the dirty work. And that was my way of having a chance at surviving this. And luckily I did. I survived all the missions and I got back and they were done with me. Apparently there was a time frame that they were after, I guess, for me to serve under this sort of a thing. And it just, for me, it only lasted about a year or more, maybe 1 or 2. I was there at Nellis for about 6 years, so maybe they were doing it for the whole 6. I don't know. Or excuse me, the last 3 years of my tenure there at Nellis Air Force Base. It might have expanded the rest of the 3 years there, but I don't recall having any of these memories or any of these flashbacks like I do when I was at Nellis in any other assignment. I have never had anything else like this ever occur to me in my entire life. I've never had flashbacks that were this violent, this vivid, and lifelike at all. And so they probably used me for that last little bit of the 3 years that I was there at Nellis.
And then was that meeting that you had where they said they were going to take you to the desert, was that a 3D physical meeting?
What do you say that again?
Was that like 3D physical on the job meeting where they threatened to take you out to the desert and put a bullet in your head?
3D? No, that was me waiting in the car and them coming back after taking my badge.
Yeah, so that's what I mean. That was like 3D physical world at your real job, at your day job.
Oh yeah, yep, definitely.
And
But there's more than that. Didn't they also put a gun to an alien's head?
yeah,
Oh,
that's the
that
one that
yeah,
I
that
wanted to talk
happened.
about. That
Yeah, that's the
next.
next week. The next week they drove me back up range because after they came back into the car after they took my badge and announced that I was going to be shot or I have to do this program. Um, they just said, "Well, just go back home, and we'll be in contact." And the next week, we were driving up range, went up to this location near Talicha Peak, which is near Tonopah, the Tonopah Gate on the Nellis Range, And that's where they wanted me to kill and murder what I think is a small gray that they had captured. And yeah, that's when that happened. So that was like 1994 was that was when they were trying to indoctrinate me into this retrieval thing.
And could you go through that
Why?
incident again? Oh, go ahead, Or.
No, we're asking the same thing. If you can just walk through it, and I was
Well,
wondering why a small gray.
they handcuffed me. They put a hood over me. We went into the gate into the compound, and then they pressed a button at the building or on the building that we were headed towards because I could see my feet still underneath the hood because I made them roll it up because I couldn't breathe very well. It's very tight fabric like silk or something, and it's very hot that day as well. So anyway, they pressed a button on the side of this building, and the whole building shifted backwards and revealed this ramp that went down. And then along the left side were these cells, in which the first one, that was where this entity was. On the right side, I saw crates and what looked like an antenna. And at the back end of the hall, there was this freight elevator. And they ushered me into the first room, the first prison cell, if you will. And we were joined by a security guy who was probably contracted, and he told me to kill the individual in the back of the room. I had no idea it was an entity at first, but even so, while I was walking up to that building, I felt the telepathic fear and survival mode that this creature was in, and I didn't know why. I thought it was just because I was very scared myself, but ends up this creature, it was telepathically actually projecting fear and anger and everything else that goes along with the creature that knows it's going to get killed. So they handed me a gun, took off the hood, handed me a gun, left me in handcuffs, and told me to shoot him. And I refused. They took the gun, and he ends up killing the entity or shooting him. He didn't die right away. And I ran over to the entity and cradled the being's head in my arms. And that's when I realized it was a gray. To me, it looked like a child. And we were telepathically connected while he drifted off to death. And as he was drifting off to death, he actually had regret for me and said, "You just don't know your potential," was one of the last thoughts he left me with.
What was it? The same thing that, like in the James Fox movie, the you have no idea what you're capable of.
Yeah, it's just like that. You just don't know we don't know what we're capable of. Yes. They regret, he had regret for me, even though he was the one passing away.
So you didn't kill the being, that you refused, and one of the other guys executed the being.
Yeah, the other guy did. When I refused to shoot him, the contracted security guy shot him. And I cradled the creature as he was dying, and then the security guy pointed the gun at me, and that's when I broke his arm and grabbed him by the neck because I couldn't do anything else because I was still handcuffed, and I literally had him about 6 inches to a foot off the floor, just holding his neck, and I was really strangling the crap out of him. I was so pissed off, and if he hadn't said he had a wife and kids at home, he would be dead right now. Let me put it that way.
You so you were handcuffed, your hands were in front of your torso, and you broke somebody's arm
Yeah, it's very
while still being
easy.
handcuffed?
Yeah, if you know what you're doing with martial arts, I could show you right now and break your arm if you wanted me to. It's very easy.
And you were I just want to make sure you were strangling somebody with handcuffs on and lifting them up off the ground.
I Let me put it this way: you're talking about a time frame where there was every bit of me was nothing but muscle, and they used to want me on the football team whenever the state prisoners would come and play football on the base when they were allowed to be released, and those guys are really buff, and they wanted my help because I was just that big.
And do you think, do you this you know that night you had that possible consciousness preparation transfer thing, right? Where you're feeling all the nerve endings. Did you have unusual high strength before that, like throughout your life?
Um,
I guess what I'm asking is, do you think you were genetically predetermined for this program?
Possibly, yes.
Possibly. Okay.
My dad was all into some stuff there. He was one of the people that in the army, when they started genetically altering vegetables, he fell in love with this genetically altered tomato plant that he kept in his garden pretty much all his life. And he took my sister one day to a facility in a mountain that was very much looked like Cheyenne Mountain, and told her some things about genetics, and that's what he did.
May I ask what things he told her?
Just that he couldn't tell her everything, but just that we can do things that are only like fantasies to most people, that they don't understand that we already know how to do this with genetics.
He said that to your sister?
Yeah. My sister still remembers, she actually recanted that exact, or not recanted, but actually retold that to me when I spoke to her about a month ago. And I didn't bring it up. She just said, "You remember Dad had some things that he used to do?" And she just started talking about it. And I said, "Yeah, that kind of makes sense. You know, Fort Devens is where that happened, by the way."
This thing with the military is fascinating, right, Jason? It's a military parent, military child. This is who seems to get caught up in these programs. I had a couple questions about the creature in this incident that we were just discussing. I was just wondering if the creature was actually projecting fear and it was captured in this room. And we know these creatures have extraordinary telepathic and psionic abilities. They're able to freeze us, paralyze us, force us to do certain things.
Mm-hmm.
And so I'm just wondering, is this a Faraday situation? Why didn't the creature just freeze you or freeze the guard? Do you know? I mean, is there some type of Faraday cage or something built into these spaces, or do you have any knowledge whatsoever of how this creature's abilities were apparently it didn't
It
have
may be
any
a
access to their
maybe a
its own
requirement.
abilities?
I would say that if I had to get my best guess, is that the contractors used for that particular prisoner program, part of the retrieval program, because there's all these different people with different skills that do different things. Maybe their requirement is that they do like Jake Barber and other people had to do, um, like some of his psionic people, is that maybe they have to pass a test that they're not affected by that stuff. Because there are people that are immune to this. I will tell you that there are people that are completely immune to anything telepathic, and it's just the way they are, and I can't explain it. And then there's the other ones that are very sensitive to it, and maybe that's how they get hired out to be part of the security for the prisons.
Yeah, interesting. That's a good perspective. And I agree with you. Some of us are more susceptible than others. I think a lot of us are able to actually break out of that control, at least temporarily. Okay, so we really just don't know how this creature didn't maintain its abilities with you or with the guard.
Well, I know for me that it was kind of prerequisite that I probably had to be able to be resistant as well. I feel it, but I'm not affected by it. I have enough self awareness, and that's what I'm getting at. Is that I think when you are self aware enough and you know your thoughts are your thoughts, you can easily pick out when something is affecting you that is not part of you. In other words, I'm usually kind, I'm usually loving, I have patience. If I feel a strong anger all of a sudden enter into my psyche for no apparent reason, that is an out of place feeling. And most people don't bother even battling it. They'll just go into a rage. You know what I'm saying? But for me, I consider the rage and I go, no, I don't want to feel the rage. I'm moving on. You know, that's kind of me. And I think that's as simple as I can make it for you guys, is that your mind is always going to be your own. You get to choose how you respond to these perhaps telepathic messages and urgings that people are feeling these days. I think that's why some people get in these irrational states of mind and anger about things that are absolutely asinine. And they don't even see how nuts they look, by giving into those angers. And they might be being manipulated to feel that way because the NHI wants our government to go this way rather than that way, or make us do things to somebody else that they think will influence things in a certain way. And maybe that's how things are being worked out. I don't know. I haven't had enough time to really think all that part of it out. But I know for a fact that telepathically, you know who you are. And if something encroaches into your mind, if you're aware enough of who you are and the skill sets you have, the things you care about, you're not going to get fooled by any false feelings or thoughts. You're going to rule and control your own mind and your own life. And that's as simple as I can put it. So I would urge everybody to really consider, when you're going out there, are you run on raw emotion all the time without any feelings? Is that who you are? Or is something influencing you to be like that? You see? That's as simple as I can put it.
You would agree, regardless of whether the phenomenon or a part of the phenomenon has been hijacking all of humanity and all of its history,
Yeah.
you would agree it does have the capacity to inject thoughts and
Oh, yeah.
emotions.
They've been doing this all along. I think that's what the real battle is. This unseen, hidden war for the human race is actually an internal one, because that's where they're trying to influence us. They're trying to influence us to be this way and not that way, because their agenda goes this way and not that way. Does that make sense?
It is the reason I got into ufology. I was trying to understand a human problem, why people were behaving in a way that was incommensurate with their thoughts and even their emotions. And I was seeing it happen,
Mm-hmm.
and there was no terrestrial explanation for it.
Yeah. And see,
Yeah,
that's just it.
it makes sense.
Yeah, that's what it is. So I urge everybody, get to know yourself. I mean, what really makes you tick? What do you love? What are you good at? What's your talents? That's you. That's who you should focus on and home in on and meditate on every moment of your day. Anything encroaches, whether it comes from your own thoughts or whatever, ignore it. You have the choice of every single result. You have the choice. And people just don't understand that. And maybe that's part of what that being was telling me, is that's the thing that we're forgetting, is that we're in control of ourselves. We determine whether we love or hate. You know what I'm saying? Maybe that's what we're missing. Maybe that's the whole point of this, is that we don't become ourselves as a human race until we realize we are the human race and we are what makes the human race. And that every one of us has to participate in that. And then I think the NHI presence that is reprobate is going to go away because they can't control us any longer.
Thank you, Jason. Tiff, Ulrich, where are we at? Jason, how are you feeling? Are we ready for questions? Do we still have some more topics to explore? Tiff and Ulrich, where are we at on that?
The only
We
thing that I had mentioned earlier that I was interested in that we haven't, has there been any new information come forward since you've come forward to the public, and you know how they hear your story, it resonates, or other people were involved in something that you were involved in? Has any new information come forward? I remember we were discussing like the craft for the being in the desert. It was like a bullhorn
Mm.
shape, and you've gotten some information. Just any updates?
Yes, there are people that are in the community that know some of the individuals that were in the convoy that day. And they've refused to come forward to confirm everything that I've said about that encounter. That's probably a revelation that everybody needs to hear, is that there are people that do know about that.
Within the community, they know them personally,
Yep.
and
They just refuse to come out and say that they met somebody that knows individuals that were in that convoy or worked with me during that time frame. Yes.
And the other question I had, that's actually very interesting. Thank you for sharing that. But the other question I have is regarding McCaslin, who's gone missing. What are your thoughts on that? What do you think about that?
There is a protocol within the legacy program that if you are one of the people they consider a key personnel, and something is happening and they think that either you're at risk or you are a risk, they will come and take you to their facilities and hide you away. Or if they think you're a threat, they will pop you and murder you. I think he is just in hiding with some friends. He's safe. He left his cell phone and everything else behind because he didn't want to be traceable. And that's good for him. And I hope he's going to stay hidden until the time when it's safe for him to come back.
I hope he's safe as well. That was what I was thinking. So, but I hope he's safe.
That's my
And
feeling about it. Is just this was of his own accord, and he's safe with some friends.
And do you think it's because we're headed into war times, or do you think it's because we're headed for imminent meaning within a year NHI confirmation? Like why
Well,
would
if
he
you
be a
knew
threat?
what he knows, yeah, you would think, oh crap, they're going to come get me now, and I think that's what motivated him.
Because of confirmation.
Yeah, just what he can confirm and deny. That's the kind of person he is, and he knows that he, because of that, is a target. He's got a target on him.
Jason, we did not think we would be going this long because we've heard so much from you in spaces. So we have Laura Eisenhower scheduled for 8 minutes from now.
Yeah.
But we also don't have that many questions. So we can do a number of things. I can launch that space. We can keep this one open here. We have only like one or two people, I think, in the queue. What do you think we should do?
Take a couple of cues, and then we'll switch out.
Yeah.
I think that's a good thing because I think I've talked about a lot of all the dark to the point where I think I've pretty much told you guys everything that I've never said to anyone before.
You said pretty much. Was there anything too dark even for us that you kept
No,
to
they're
yourself?
mainly my suppositions as to why I think things are the way they are, and mainly, kind of like my extrapolation of why would it happen. Just like you guys were pressing me, you're making me think. Well, yeah, I think they're doing it this way because of this, and that's what I'm talking about. That's the only part where I'm saying it's been unspoken. Just my inner thoughts about it.
And can you give us any inner thoughts you have about that, Jason?
Yes. Overall, my theme is that the reprobate NHI are not in control. There are way too many benevolent ones that are in our favor and or just in the favor of civility to leave us alone. And those are the ones that are policing up all these reprobates. So that's the first thing that I want to make sure that's the theme of my initial opinion about all of this. Now, you've heard the details of what I've experienced and what the meanings of those things. I've told you already that they police up things just like we do. They have the same problems we do. And some of the races are more peaceful than others. Yes, I give them that. But it is quite a convoluted and very complex thing. So I would just say that that's my initial thoughts to the audience. You should feel that way, that we'd be dead a long time ago if these reprobates had their way. And I think some of those wars have already been documented, very well documented in ancient texts. And I think they were defeated, made to back off, and now we are where we are. But now that disclosure is coming, there's going to be a renewed, this is the other opinion I have, there may be a renewed reprobate NHI push to try to screw everything up in their favor. So that's why I'm warning you guys about telepathy and your emotions and your thoughts. Get to know yourself before they start messing with you. Or if they have already started messing with you, get them the hell out of your way of thinking. Know who you are. If you're a peaceful person, then by God, why the hell are you thinking angry thoughts all the time? That's my point. Get straight with yourself. And that's kind of where this whole theme is that if we do that one thing and we get straight, I think that's going to usher in the kind of disclosure I would be proud to help usher in. Otherwise, it's going to be a convoluted about who's deceiving, who's lying, why are they offering us tech if they do decide to come and do that. All those kinds of things will be happening, and those are all lies. If any one of these NHI come here wanting something from us, beware, run like hell. They are not the kind of people that we want around. What we want are people that are here not to share tech, but just to share their lives with us and become our friends. That's the only thing that they will ever ask for.
I love
Okay?
that. I love that, Jason. I think you missed, I think you were doing your medical stuff when I was talking to Jay just, and I just said, look, I believe there's a positive NHI. I believe there's a good side to this. I just don't think they're the ones exchanging blood for tech,
Right.
energy for tech. I don't think they're ripping us out of our beds at night. I don't think they're sexually assaulting us. I don't think they're
Mm-hmm.
putting us into these programs against our will or a gun to the head to get us into these programs. That's not the good side.
Mm-hmm.
That's not how the good
That's
side
right.
acts. They don't give us bargains and exchange. By the way, I'll give you a med bed in exchange for your soul, right? I
Yeah,
mean, there's a good
exactly.
side. They just don't act in the way that the negative side acts, and it's actually very clear when you can step back and have a good look at it from
Yeah.
afar. Thank you so much, Jason. Let's go ahead and get to the hands. Um, Maybe Ulrich will be popping over to open up our space with Eisenhower.
Yeah. Yeah. I mean, I can do that, but I can't it's hard for me to like split the audience and be like everybody else is in the other one. We have 3 minutes left. Can somebody say who has the most urgent question? Who really wants to, because we have Jason here with us, but if it's around dark stuff he normally doesn't want to talk about again, maybe that's what we should prioritize.
I
W
can just like
Sponagle.
ask
Yeah.
a simple question, like one question instead of the three that I
Is
asked.
it dark, Just? Is it dark? If it's
No,
not, we'll hold it
not
off.
at all.
Yeah.
Yeah, we can definitely get Jason back for the less dark stuff or for the
Yeah, I can
happy
get with you
stuff.
too, Jess. You know, we're on that other chat too, if you want to get a hold of me.
Sure, no problem.
Um, Sponagle, what is your question?
Hi. Actually, I wanted to first thank you, Jason, for your service and your courage today and coming forward. Right. I felt compelled to speak tonight because I've had similar experiences from the early age of 9 years old. Just a little bit of background for you. I was raised in a military family as well. With Freemason ties. And was raised in martial arts and, hunting, survival training since a very young age as well. And I resonated with a lot that you spoke about tonight. And I just wanted to let you know, first and foremost, thank you, and how much I think everyone here tonight appreciates your testimony,
Thank you.
and that I'm a shoulder to lean on in the very least. And I'll try to summarize everything as quickly as I can. And you can just say if I'm in the ballpark, yay or nay, if you want to, and say whatever you want. Like I don't, I have no bias. My understanding is we are light spectrum beings, conscious, quantumly entangled with creation, source, energy, God, as we understand. Biocomputers, technology of that nature, advanced technology is really reverse engineered
Right.
from other technologies we've discovered or captured. And in this process, humanity kind of got itself in a catch-22 in the paradigm of evolution of species, and our potential growth. I
Right.
was lucky enough at a young age to run into the tall grays myself, and this is just for the disclosure in honor of your testimony. And I learned very much for this time that was to come. And the potential growth limiters being released on humanity.
Sponagle, you have to forgive me, man. I
Yeah,
have to end it here. We're gonna
darn,
have Jason back. Everybody here will
all
be let up.
respect.
But yes,
Well, I mean,
well, let me respond to him real
yeah.
quick then.
Go
Yes,
ahead, Jason.
I was going to say that yes, I agree with his thoughts that yes, we are part of the creation and that the all consciousness. So he's spot on about that. I believe that there is a God or supreme intellect that was part of the creative force for life in this universe. So yes, I will agree with him on that.
Um, we're gonna. I'm sure Jason will be able to answer everybody else's questions here. I'm sorry we have to cut it short, but I didn't expect us to go this long. And please follow us. I'm gonna push it up to the nest. We're gonna go straight to opening up with Laura Eisenhower. Jason, by all means, you're more than welcome to join us.
No, I'll drop down. I'll
I want
listen
to say
for a bit.
no, don't drop down. Like this space is this space is ending. I'm hosting a new Doom space, so I'm
Oh,
saying you're more than welcome to join us.
okay.
And please share that double dooming post. It has links to both of them.
Okay.
Fringe, I'm so glad you did this, Jason. You came in dooming hard and maybe gave us the most significant disclosure we've ever heard from a whistleblower.
Yeah.
So I just want
Sadly,
to say from the bottom of my heart, thank you.
yeah. Sadly, it's going to be a while before the truth of it all comes out, and people are vindicated that have had these experiences. But thank you for giving me a chance to get it off my chest this one time. I think it did some good. Yeah, it was touch and feel here and there, but I appreciate it. So thank you, Doom and Fringe, and everybody for setting it up.
Jason, it was an honor. Please join us in the next space with Eisenhower. Please come up onto the panel. And especially, and we apologize to people who did not get their questions in. It is a double doom day, double doom space, double doom, double feature of
Dooming
doom
hard, dooming
today.
hard.
Jason, again, we are honored. Thank you so much for sharing the things you shared today. We really appreciate you. And I'm just glad to see you still in the community after everything you've gone through.
Yep. Oh, I did want to say that I'm not leaving X. A lot of people have been asking me what I meant by public, not being in the public eye anymore. I'm just going to stop all the engagements that are public. I'm done dealing with egos and all that other BS that comes along with it. I just want to live my life the best I can. And you guys are the heart and soul of the people. You're the heart and the soul of this nation. That's who I want to be in touch with. So I'll be around for you guys. It's not like I'm disappearing.
Thank you so much, Jason. All right, you guys, we're gonna have to call it. We will commence the awkward countdown at silence at the end of the space because our listeners are slightly behind the speakers. So we will go silent. We will have a new space opening up with Laura Eisenhower. Jason, please join us on that panel for that space. And we will see you all shortly.